My daughter Brooklyn was also a motivation for me to go back to school. Every day after work, I went straight to school, and it paid off.
At age 26, Kareem finished his high school diploma.
I could not have done it alone. I see the future is really bright for me.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Hi, I'm Nancy Landry.
No matter what part of our great state you call home, Louisiana's elections are an important part of who we are. In 2026, closed party primaries will change how some of those elections happen, so you'll want to know what to do. Keeping your registration current ensures you'll get the right party-based ballot. Remember, this change only applies to certain offices.
To learn more, visit govote.com or download the GoVote app.
Paid for by the Louisiana Secretary of State's office.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ROAD to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ROAD for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ROAD for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Walk-On's athletes put everything they've got into the game. Walk-On Sports Bistro puts everything we've got into bringing you a game day with a taste of Louisiana. Catch all your teams on over 70 big screen TVs. Dig into our mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine like po' boys, gumbo, and voodoo shrimp, plus fan favorites like juicy burgers and fresh salads. It's all made from scratch with ingredients you can't help but crave. Walk-On Sports Bistro. We live for this.
We appreciate Sports World bringing you the early riser portion of our show every day from 6 until 7. They're opening their doors a little bit after that. Give them some wakey time. But when they're there, you know you're getting the ultimate sports professionals at Sports World, 8809 Joella. We know baseball, football, basketball, soccer, track and field. Name the sport, we've got the world for it. Sports World, they control the universe of our local sports. If they ain't got it, you can't play it. Sports World.
Hey, Eddie Kennison here. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, strength, energy, and performance are still important to me. That's why when I felt my strength slipping, I turned to Rejuvamine Medical. Check your testosterone today at RejuvaMineMedical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com.
Who knew that wallpaper is making a comeback? I tell you who knew. River City's Lighting. Yeah, the same folks who have your interior lighting, your exterior lighting, your wall accoutrement. They also have your wallpaper. River City's Lighting, 3908 Shed Road, RiverCitiesLighting.com. The easiest way to reach us on the show is through the Live Oak Waste text line, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453. Brought to you by Live Oak Waste, liveoak-environmental.com. If your dumpster hasn't got the Live Oak logo, that's just trash.
Tiger weather now.
Freeze warning in effect here overnight. Clear and cold overnight as temperatures drop down to around the freezing mark. Sunny and colder Monday for the start of the business week. Afternoon highs in the low to mid-50s, and then temperatures climb through midweek. Sunny skies, milder with a bit of a south breeze Tuesday, mid-60s. Sunny and warmer Wednesday, upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Ken Boone at the Weather Channel.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Bossier City's home for LSU sports, a Town Square Media station. The following is a paid program. Participants of this program are not employees of this station, and their views, opinions, and claims do not necessarily represent those of Town Square Media, its employees, or advertisers.
The following program is paid for by Tim Fletcher.
Who? Hey now, good morning everybody. How the heck are you? This is the Tim Fletcher Show. Oh, by the way, my name's Tim Fletcher. Sabatucci. Got a little Dirtfoot popping into our ears here. That means we're alive. We can hear my cochlea's working, Raj. My friends, you can listen to us on 103.3 FM 1130 The Tiger here in Shreveport, Bossier, and all of Northwest Louisiana, Southwest Arkansas, East Texas. And we're on 103.3 FM 1420 The Goat in Lafayette, Louisiana. Yes, sir. Did you know that our show is presented every day by the wonderful people over at Alsco and Alsco.com? Alsco. 318-636-0404, 318-636-0404. Alsco takes care of your uniform needs, laundry care, facility care, all that good stuff. Get in touch with Dr. Groove, Troy, 318-636-0404. Good peeps over there. I think that's what the kids call them, peeps, like the little marshmallow treats. Oh, by the way, did you know you can call us on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline? That number is 318-725-5945, 318-725-5945, 318-RALLY-45.
Hello?
Eddie?
Hello?
Eddie?
Hello?
I'd be more surprised if I woke up with my head sewn to the carpet.
We're coming.
Where are you going, Ed?
We're coming.
Yes.
And we ain't back.
I don't want you to. That's why we love you, Coach O. Mudbugs back in action this weekend at his house at George's Pond. That means we'll have some bugs in the studio on Thursday. Whoop, whoop. Hey, how about this? You can text us. A lot of people do this. You can text us on the Live Oak Environmental text line, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453. Brought to you by Live Oak Environmental. Good people. Now, here's the dealio. If your dumpster at your workplace does not have the Live Oak logo, then that is just trash. It's just trash. I'm not here to degrade you, but that's just trash. If you want to upgrade, hit them up. The Walters Crew, 318-230-7125. LiveOakENV.com. Live Oak Environmental. Good people, local people, do a better job than what you're getting with. And don't forget, they also do residential service over in La Bossiere City. Why I pronounce La Bossiere City that way every time, Rogers, I guess I'm trying to get Mayor Tommy to like me. My friends, did you know that we're on social media because we're cool and hip like that? We got our finger on the pulse of Teen Society. We're where the kids are on Facebook. Oh, wait, that's not the kids. That's the grandparents. Yeah, but we're there. We're on the X at Fletcher Show at Fletch Worldwide. Is that what it is, Raj? At Hey Boy Rogers and at A Hester 32. We're on TikTok and Instagram and Threads at Tim Fletcher Show. And every day we've got the eye in the sky up there. I can read your mind. The Eye in the Sky streams video of this show live on the Tim Fletcher Show Facebook page, live on the Tim Fletcher Show YouTube channel. This guy really likes naming things after himself. And also on X at Fletcher Show. There he goes again. And oh, by the way, just when you think that, you look at Rogers and I, we're both pretty physically buff. We're chiseled like most fine-tuned athletes are in their 20s and 30s. And how do we maintain this svelte fit? Well, we take 4 individual hours of radio. Think about that. That's 4 60-minute blocks of radio. He grabs one end, I grab one end. We live with our legs. We put... Got to be careful at my age, Raj. We push those hours up into the potosphere so that you can download at your leisure later. And if you've ever downloaded a leisure later, Rogers, you know, that can be exhilarating and stupefying. Yes. Wherever you get your podcast is where you'll find our show. Stupefy. Expect us back bonus. You can find us on Apple, on Spotify, on... I got a number. How you like those apples? Amazon. What else is there? iHeart. Is it Peterbilt? That's a truck. Gordon's Fisherman. I don't know. Wherever you get your podcasts, that's where we are. You know what it is time for now, Raj? It's time for an SEC update. It is. So, Katie, bar the door. It is time for an SEC update. Brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo knows dough. Bo, more than anything in this world, he is such a good dude. And I'm so glad because Bo could clunk mine and Roger's heads together and make coconut milk. Because that's what he used to do for a living. He used to clunk heads together when he was an LSU Tiger, a Cincinnati Bengal, and even back when he was a Captain Shreve Gator. But now he wants to kind of make your life easier, simpler, better. He wants to give you an investment game plan and work with you on that. Hey, look, man, a trip without a plan is left to chance, right? A goal without a plan for success is a plan to fail. What's keeping you up at 2 in the morning when it comes to your financial future? That's the kind of stuff that Bo Harris wants to talk to you about. Have an appointment with Dr. Bo. Dr. Bo? Now all of a sudden he's Dr. Bo? I'm thinking of the old Ole Miss quarterback. Have an appointment with Bo Harris, Wealth Management, bringing you this SEC update. Raj, recapping the weekend in Le College Le Football. I don't know why I've got such a French accent today, Raj. You know, we were the Cajun-speaking Drew County. So, Saturday. Tell you what, Mississippi State was okay. They did okay for a while against Georgia, and then things didn't get okay. Georgia ends up winning 41-21. The fifth-ranked Bulldogs improved to 8-1. Ole Miss had no trouble with the Citadel winning 49-0, and it was so lopsided that at halftime, there's a pole vaulter for Ole Miss, Raj, that proposed to his girlfriend on the field. It was under the guise of he was going to kick a field goal for, like, scholarship money or something. And she was going to hold the ball for him, like Lucy and Charlie Brown. And so before he goes to kick it, he stops and gets on one knee, and, oh, look at that, it's a proposal. You know, it's going to end up in divorce. Most of them do. But here's the deal. While they're having photos taken with the ring and showing it off, Lane Kiffin photo bombs the photos during halftime or during the break in the game. So I think Lane was kind of feeling himself on Saturday. Missouri and A&M, we knew how this was going to go, Raj. Missouri just doesn't have a quarterback, you know. And so they tried the freshman Matt Zollers, 77 yards passing, ain't going to cut it in the SEC. A&M's very, very good, and it's time that we all come to grips that your buddies that are A&M fans that you've made fun of for 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 years, well, they never won anything, they are going to be merciless in bragging on their team when they win the national championship this year. They're that good. And you know what? Good for them. They deserve it. So get ready. Here come the Aggie fans after a 38-17 win. Things look really good for them. Diego Pavia played perhaps his best game as a Vanderbilt Commodore in leading his team back to a win over Auburn. In overtime, they pick up a 45-38 win. Pavia throws for 377 yards, 3 touchdowns. Ashton Daniels was fantastic for Auburn. That was probably the best game that Auburn's played all year as well, offensively at least. But they came up on the short end of the stick, which you know Rogers is the one that's the pointy end. 45-38. Alabama took care of LSU 20-9. I'm sure we'll be discussing more of that later on. And Kentucky humbled Florida 38-7. Mark Stoops' job status continues to get a little more solid, Rogers. That's back-to-back weeks, right? Because they beat Auburn the week before. That knocked Hugh Freeze out. And now he beats the interim coach at Florida. And so it looks like he's going to be A-OK. Plus, they play Tennessee Tech this week. They'll get to 5-5. There's a chance that Kentucky could end up going bowling, or they could even go 7-5. And next thing you know, no one's talking about Mark Stoops being on the hot seat. And that, my friends, is your SEC update. It's been a paid advertisement brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris would love to have a cup of coffee with you to discuss your investment game plan. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner, CFP, certified investment management analyst, CIMA. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors, Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, Member SIPC, Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservative Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Get in touch with Bo Harris, 318-670-3101, BoHarrisWM.com, located at 223 Fannin in downtown Shreveport. Time to say good morning to our old pal, Rogers Hambone Hampton.
Hey, boy. Happy Monday, Timothy Fletcher.
Is it really Monday?
It is Monday, and it's cold Monday. So it's
I did a
double
4-hour
whammy.
show up here yesterday. No one was here.
I thought I saw you in the hall, but why were you doing it in the old studio?
I got a little confused. I played golf with Robert yesterday.
Oh, got a little maybe wind.
Got a little of that, memory stuff kind of through the wind. So today's Monday. Wow.
All damn day.
At the end of this week, Raj, we'll be halfway through November, right?
Absolutely. Today's the 10th.
See, this is the kind of hard-hitting information that you're not going to find anywhere else,
No,
Rogers.
because, the older you get, you're going to lose your way like that.
Yes, you
so
will.
we're just here to help you remember that 2 weeks from this Thursday is Thanksgiving Day. And you need to call our buddies at Honey
Wait
Baked
a
Ham.
minute. No. Is it 2 weeks from this Thursday?
Remember, it was 20 days last week.
14th, 21st. Holy moly. I got to go. I got to start.
It's on the 27th, so Thursday's the 13th, right?
Yeah.
10, 11, 12. Yeah, so 2 weeks from Thursday. So today we are 2 weeks from Thanksgiving week.
Well, I have been raising a turkey in the backyard, and I keep putting butter all over it. I wash
How
it
are
with
you
butter.
catching that thing to do that?
Rod, you know my speed.
You know what? I forgot about your agility.
Yeah, just think about Rocky chasing those chickens.
You know.
So, Raj, how was your weekend?
It was kind of quiet, to be honest with you. I got into a big time house cleaning mood on Saturday for some reason. I think it was because I was trying to pace myself because the LSU game was at night. I don't usually make the night games. I'm usually out by then. So I paced myself to where, I cleaned the kitchen from top to bottom for about 3.5 hours.
Oh, my.
And to Patrick's chagrin, that whole time on my Pandora, I was listening to classic Christmas music.
Oh, good God.
Because yesterday he sent me a meme of Captain Kirk with Lieutenant Uhura in the background saying, Uhura, I think I hear Christmas music in November. Check off, set phasers for kill. And he sent it to me because that's one of his big pet peeves.
Right.
And I texted back. I said, Mr. Spock, raise shields for contained attack. We must prevent this from happening. And he finally was like, I said, well, too bad the old captain missed Hambone. Hambone listened to Christmas music 3.5 hours yesterday, and he just went, oh. I said, you know what? The kitchen's clean.
Giddy up.
All the dishes are clean.
Giddy up.
All the trash was taken out.
There you go.
Everything's kind of organized where it's supposed to be until the monster walks in.
So this has been another edition of Nerd Alert.
Nerd Alert.
Outside of that, Raj, did you watch any football?
I did. Like I said, I paced myself Saturday for the LSU
Good for
game
you.
because I just wanted to just see the effort.
Right, and we saw it.
We did, and we saw them try stuff that they hadn't tried before. It's right now, Bama's just a better team. They're at home. They're more in sync. You get it.
Yeah.
But I wasn't disappointed in the effort.
No.
I didn't really expect them to win. I just wanted them to hang close. We didn't want a 44-3 game.
Right.
So I came away with, you know what? Did all right.
They did all right.
They did all right.
Yeah.
They did all right. It's just that was a hard ask.
It was much to ask in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah.
We'll get into that and so much more, of course, the fabulous football weekend that is now in the past. We do have one more game tonight, obviously. A doozy, too. The Packers hosting the Eagles on Monday Night Football.
That's a big game.
It is a big game, and it started off with a banner day yesterday in the NFL with Jonathan Taylor just absolutely torching the Falcons for a
Falcons
big day.
had the typical Falcons, though. They had that game, man.
They did.
And to let it get away
and
late.
Let it get away.
Yep.
And so the Falcons are the Texas A&M Aggies of the NFL.
That's a good way to put that.
They are annoying.
Yeah.
They sometimes put together seasons. They're like, oh, here they go.
Yeah. And then that's it.
Then they get a 28-3 situation,
Yeah.
and it's all over but the shouting. And I just wonder if the Aggies are going to finally break the curse for teams that are just weird of being able to to get that next level. It
Yeah.
sure feels that way. But, yeah, the Falcons had it. Jonathan Taylor took it from them, just like Rogers takes beer from babies.
That's right. That's illegal anyway.
Exactly. You're doing everyone
I'm doing a favor.
You're
yes.
saving the parents from getting written up.
Yes, sure am.
You know, that's what you do, Roger.
That's
You're a
what I
giver,
do.
not a taker.
I
This
am.
is the Tim Fletcher Show. And we are coming to you live in the early riser portion of our show, brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132, your local uniform professional since 1973. Buddy, it's Rogers keeps telling me it's November 10th, and I'm going to believe him eventually. And when I start thinking about this, that's, Raj, that's 30, 20, 40, 45 days till Christmas. So that's a wait a minute. Is that right? Hold on. Arkansas Public Education engaged. This is the 10th. We have 30 days after September, April, June, and November. 20 days left in this month, and then 25 days. So it's 45. That's 5. That's what, 9 weeks? No. 45 divided by 7 is what? 6.5 weeks. Wow. Holy moly. Okay. Whew. Y'all have got to do some Christmas shopping for me. Y'all haven't even asked me for a list, and so let's get that thing rolling. Hambone and I hanging out with you for a while here until we get, ching-a-ching. Hey, a little Christmas donkey action for you. Speaking of, Adam Hester will be here, of course, around 7 o'clock. The LHSA playoff brackets are unveiled and released. That's fun. We got college football playoff rankings that are going to be coming out again this week. We'll go ahead and take a stab at that. NFL, let's see who's really in the mix for big stuff. And even Saints fans feel good this morning heading off to work. And that doesn't happen to us very often. We'll talk about that and so much more as we rock on this lovely day. Our show brought to you by Sports World. Get your Christmas shopping done at Sports World for that athlete in your family or on your list. You'll be glad you did. Thanks as well to our buddies over at Alsco, 318-636-0404, alsco.com. Hambone and I will be back with more of our show right after these.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Bring it in, kids. Come on, gather around. Coach McCoachson speaking here. Sports World. They are your local uniform professionals. Of course, football season, we know that old Jack and his crew got everything for you at Sports World. That's where I go for everything. See these Koja shorts? Think they make these things on trees? Think they make these things out of natural fabric? Heck no! But I know I can get them at Sports World. Cleats? Yep. Hats? Yep. I carry 3 or 4 hats because I got to throw 3 of them on the sideline. Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. They've been in business 50 years. That's as long as I've been Coach McCoachson.
In the studio with our 11:30 The Tiger industry ace, Lynch's Lawn and Fence. I hear you've got something big to tell us about.
We're doing a $5,000 fence giveaway.
So who's eligible to win?
One lucky homeowner within 50 miles of our Bossier City office will win.
What do I have to do to register?
Visit the Lynch's Lawn and Fence Facebook page to follow the instructions on how to win. Don't miss out on securing the yard of your dreams before the end of the year.
All right, well, I'm going to win this.
Well, actually, you can't win, Greg.
Well, wait, why not?
Well, because you work here.
Oh, I guess that makes sense.
Here's your chance to win a $5,000 fence. Visit the Lynch's Lawn and Fence Facebook page and follow the instructions on how to win. Hurry, the deadline to register is November 30th.
Learn more about this industry ace at lyncheslawnandfencellc.com.
Don't get caught with your fence down. You call, we come. God bless the USA.
GBT is the great banking team. 3400 Line Avenue, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way in East Texas next to the Bellagio. Ain't no bots at GBT, folks. Real live human beings answering the phones in the teller window, and when you go into the bank, real humans. GBT, the great banking team. Long been a fan of Cormier Family Dentistry, 868-4072, the dynamic duo of dentistry, Adam and Jenna Cormier, i.e. Starburst, for the reason to send me to Cormier Family Dentistry. East Kings Highway across from Albertsons next to Drug Emporium.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Hey now, welcome back everybody. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers Hambone Hampton. It's 6:20 on a beautiful Monday, November 10th. Rogers, what is it, 12 degrees outside? How cold is it? 15? You might want to throw another blanket on the kids. I think it's around 40. Okay. We'll say 40. Hey, there we go, Raj. Look at us, man. We're all over the place. Got text coming in on the Live Oak Environmental text line. Of course, you can text us, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-34. I don't trust those Weather Channel guys. Big media, can't trust them. You can text us, 318-489-7453, 318-GUY-PILE. Ed in San Marcos texted us. I work 15 miles from Shiner, Texas, home of Shiner Buck, not in our district. Our football district, 13-4A Division II, has 7 districts with 3 schools, being 95, 102, 111 miles away from our district. The other 3 districts are close at 38, 45, and 59 miles away. We were split from our rival, the Cuero ISD Gobblers. Why, look, Roger, I'm wearing a Gobbler sweatshirt today, except it's for Virginia Tech, who were only 33 miles away for the first time since 1997. Go figure. This year, they are 9-1 and have 4 state titles in their history, with the last one in 2018. They are a big gate draw. Make sure I enunciate. They are a big gate draw. They ended up in a 5-team district, with the 4 of the districts being in the Corpus Christi area. Boy, this is getting confusing.
You lost me, yes.
Those 4 districts are, oh my, there's more math. 82, 93, 94, 104 miles away. How crazy is that for them? For other sports, the districts are set up differently. Oh, y'all have the district set up. Okay, I got you. Yes. Same here, Ed in San Marcos. We had our redistricting done in the LHSAA, and once again, feel sorry for those in Class District 1-3A. Have bus, will travel. Draco text in. Terrible game. Bama offense looked terrible. LSU should have stuck with Nussmeier, but a W is a W. Let's get better. Roll Tide. Let's see, Raj. Once again, thanks to our buddies over at Alsco for presenting the show. Alsco, 318-636-0404. Floor care, including wet mops, floor mats, and so much more. They handle linens, Sean, Julian, all of them.
I don't know why I knew you were going to do that. I really did.
and uniforms and all that mess. Raj, so LSU makes a switch the other day, the other night during the game. They go from Nussmeier to Michael Van Buren, of the famous Van Buren boys from Seinfeld.
Yes, yes.
I'm curious. How many quarterbacks get replaced after going 19 of 22? Or was it 8? Nussmeier was either 18 of 21 or 19 of 22 and got benched. Not a lot, right?
Yeah.
But, Rogers, it still felt like it was the right thing to do, to me at least.
I mean, the fan base has been clamoring for that all year.
They have. And we had talked about that, why don't you use them every now and then, Michael Van Buren, that is.
Yeah.
Use them every now and then just as a little bit of a change of pace to keep a defense honest when you've got a really bad offensive line like LSU has.
And a banged-up quarterback.
That's
not the most mobile.
Correct. And so everything that LSU was doing offensively right out of the chute against Alabama as far as the passing game was quick screens, throws to the flat, or try to roll the kind of banged-up Nussmeier out of the pocket and away from the rush because the pass protection is so terrible. And at some point, it was almost for Nussmeier's good. He took the bad sack on 3rd down that pushed him further back for a field goal attempt, and that was the last that Frank Wilson wanted to see of that. And so he had to get somebody back there that could at least try to get away from somebody, you know? And so even though I didn't think Nussmeier played horrible at all, like I said, you complete 85, 88% of your passes.
I think it was just more of a feel.
It was right. That's exactly what it was, right?
It was a feel of, hey, he's not doing bad and we're not punishing you, but we got to have to try to do something to get a spark to face a team as good as that on the road. So I didn't feel like it was when Kelly got on him a few weeks ago and when they checked out.
Right.
I didn't feel like it was that.
Nussmeier
now,
he
may have been butthurt a little bit.
Oh, he had to be.
Yes.
Rogers, I remember getting benched my junior year in basketball. Like the first game that I was eligible, because coach wouldn't let, if you played football, you didn't get to start the first game.
Oh.
Even though I should have started the
Two different coaches?
Yeah. No, same coach.
Okay, that's what I was saying. I'm trying to get my frame of reference.
So the first game that I got to play, junior year, Star City. Second game that I was going to get to start, he benched me. Never explained why. like
didn't start at all.
Didn't get to start like the third
all right.
game of the season.
I'm trying to get the
pissed
details.
me off so bad.
Yeah.
And I was like, look, I know you're wearing a toupee. You know, I want to snatch that thing off your head so bad. But anywho, but it does. But yeah, I was like, you know what? I am going to be happy for Harrelson, who's starting for me, and I'm going to show that didn't bother me, and I'm going to get in the game at some point because, you know, man with the hot hands can't stay on the pine too long, Raj. And so that it was hard, though. And I remember it, Rogers, like it was yesterday, sitting there on that bench. You know, it was an old gym where the bench was just part of the bleachers.
Okay, and you were sitting on that bottom row.
Sitting on that bottom row, and it was like a big, deep seat. And so I'm just kind of leaning back like this and going, you son of a... But then you have to get engaged. But the whole time I'm thinking, this is embarrassing. My parents are here. They see that I'm benched. My buddies are here. They see that I'm not starting. I worked hard. I deserve this. Why are you doing this to me? And it does. It bothers you, man. And I don't know. Maybe it sticks with you for 48 years. Or however long ago that was. But I watched Nussmeier on the bench, or on the sideline. I was like, look, I know he's ticked off. You know, as you said, Roger, he's butthurt, and his arse was sizzling with anger. But he was still clapping. He was still engaged. When something was positive happened, every time they showed Nussmeier on the bench, maybe trying to catch a gotcha moment with him, he didn't give him any of that. He was fully good teammate Garrett Nussmeier. And so I was like, good for Nuss. That's not an easy position to be in. And, of course, McDonough brought up, Rogers, that after the Clemson game, Garrett Nussmeier was the odds-on favorite to win the Heisman Trophy and in many, many draft boards was the overall overwhelming choice to be the number one selection in the NFL draft.
By the Saints.
By the Saints. And so look at how far he's fallen, basically, is what he's saying. And I'm like, I get it. I know they're paid. I know Nussmeier's probably getting like $1.5 million this year, but it's still, to me, a 22-year-old college kid. He has gone through not only a benching, Rogers, he has taken that fall from first pick overall, Heisman Trophy favorite, to where now there are people who are talking about LSU football who are going to say he might not should start against Arkansas. That's tough, Raj. If you're making the choice, who do you start against Arkansas Saturday? To give your team the best chance to win.
I would have to be involved in practice and see what the vibe is. And I think maybe Nussmeier was told before this game, hey, at some point, no matter how you're playing, we're going to use the other quarterback. Because he, like you said, he was mad, but it wasn't like that mad for family guy. No. It was more like, golly, I didn't know if he was really going to do it, but he did tell me. So okay, all right, because you weren't getting none of that.
No,
that last game.
No.
So I had a feeling he knew maybe why he handled it a little better. I don't care which one you start, you play both. That's my theory from here on out.
I think that it's a 50-50 split
Whatever
in
situation
reps this week. And I think that you're looking at a situation now, Raj, where they're 5-4, right?
Yeah. Got to win one.
Got to win one. Got to win. And now it's starting to kind of like, are we sure we've got this, guys? Are we positive we're going to be able to get that bowl eligibility?
I think so.
Right.
One, you just need one. Now, whether they accept a bowl?
Yeah.
If they're 6-6,
they will.
I mean, they will.
They've got to.
Oh, man.
But Arkansas, Western Kentucky, and Oklahoma remain. First two at home, last one in Norman. And you got to think that, yes, they will win at least one of those. Yes, they should win two of those.
Yes.
And so you think that's going to be okay. But if, like you said, Raj, I want to see how they work in practice, but I would almost divvy up the snaps 50-50.
Same here. That's why when you were asking me who would I start, that's why it took me back. I'm like, well, both of them are probably going to play, so what does it matter which one really starts?
Yeah.
Because this backup is very inexperienced, so that would be kind of new for him. With Nussmeier, he's been there, done that, been around the block 100 times. So he can probably handle being benched to start a game. The other guy didn't really know what it's like to be benched to start a game.
Right.
So I think you've got a scenario going where Nussmeier knows, the other guy knows, and they both know they're going to play. They just need to do what they did this last week and just be on that same page. And when I'm in, you support me. When you're in, I support you. So I think it's going to be like that.
Okay.
I don't know who I would.
that.
I would probably start Nuss because he is a senior.
Yep.
He's in the last year of his career, and he hasn't done anything to lose the starting job. So I don't want to make it look like I'm really punishing him, because if he was completely healthy, we know what he looks like when he's healthy from last year.
Mhm.
So out of respect for him and his career winding down, I start Nussmeier, but then he knows that, hey, see what you do in the first quarter. If you have a couple good series, okay. But even if you're doing okay in that second quarter, we're going to bring in number 2 for a series or two just to give him some playing time, because you got to remember, Doug, once you're gone, this guy's got a career left at LSU maybe.
Right.
So you're having to weed through the
There's two
past to the
things.
present.
You're right,
Yes.
Rod. You're trying to figure out. And here's the other aspect of it, Raj, that I don't know if too many people bring up. One of the things that you're supposed to do at the college level as a coach is get guys ready for the next level. You want to try to get as many NFL
Who
players.
have that talent,
Right.
yes.
You want to try to develop as many players out of your program to make it to the NFL, A, for their good, but B, that's one of the greatest recruiting tools you have.
Oh, absolutely.
We put guys into the league, and
LSU's got that.
And they've got that.
Yeah.
And they've had a good deal with quarterbacks here recently. Not too shabby. 2 Heisman Trophy winning quarterbacks, 2 first-round picks, all that good stuff. I think that there's also that aspect. You want to not damage Nussmeier's future. You want to take care of your present. You want to win football games. That's first and foremost.
Because he still has an NFL body as a QB.
Right. And he's not healthy. We know that. So do what you can to win games, keep Nussmeier on track to where he's going to get his NFL shot, and get Michael Van Buren ready to hopefully not transfer and be a returning quarterback with experience for next year. Those 3 things got to be done by the coaching staff. We'll see how they prioritize it. Dave's not here, text in. Nuss, as the veteran, should have found a touchdown. Yeah, probably so. Van Buren was a better quarterback for mobility, and Van Buren will win against A&M. Would have won against A&M? Or they've already finished with A&M. They got Arkansas, Western Kentucky, and OU now. Yes, it did. Barely moving. Happy Bears victory Monday, 6-3, tied for first in the NFC North. Already more wins this year than all of last year. We're a flawed team. We're winners. We're fun, and we're dangerous. That sounds like Rogers Hampton. Jim, it sounded like I was giving your bio there, Rog. I'm looking at your Tinder profile, and that's exactly what you say here. And why I'm looking at your Tinder profile, Rogers, is probably something we need to talk about off the air. Jim Cotta, this is off the subject, and I may be late to the convo, but will you be taking Rogers to see Gene Simmons at Margaritaville in February? No. Rogers wants nothing to do with the Gene Simmons experience at Margaritaville in February. Is that right, Rog?
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct. All the years of bad-mouthing Ace and Peter, I'd been sick of him years ago.
He's done.
Yeah, like you wouldn't be what you were if those 2 guys weren't in the band originally. And after Ace's death, last month, you've seen just the nothing but continuing of outpouring from musicians all around the world that people are now realizing, damn, this guy was pretty.
I assume he was mentioned at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
He was. I read an article last night when they did the memoriam. They had him in his spaceman outfit and all that. So,
that's
so.
Awesome.
Yeah, that they did mention him there. But it's just I've seen more and more articles about how a lot of people in general didn't realize how underrated of a guitarist he was and how good of a guitarist he was, because all they saw was the makeup and the smoking guitar and the fire and, it's just mirrors. And I know that was part of the show, but you still had to create music and you still had to play it live. And you've seen just all the outpouring of respect for him since he passed away. So, yeah, Gene, you do your thing. Paul, do your thing. But, just like the end of the world tour, they kept saying it was going to end, and it lasted for like 8 years. Absolutely. Here. Absolutely. And now, so I don't need to see him go sing songs I saw him sing with Kiss as Kiss.
Right.
Not just no makeup on the stage with a couple guys behind him. I don't need to see that.
No one wants
because now you got the next generation of that crap coming. With Paul's son and Gene's son have now got together, and their band is called Stanley Simmons, and they've got a new hit song coming out. They've been putting videos out lately of them doing stuff like "Hello, Darkness, My Old Friend" and singing a cappella and stuff like that. It's sickening. It's sickening. You already have your life because of your dad.
Right.
Now you're going to
Yeah.
Trying to fool me you're a really great musician.
Oh, boy. Don't bring up Gene Simmons anymore.
Let's get Sophie involved.
Let's not bring up Gene
yeah,
Simmons
no, I won't be
anymore.
wasting my time doing that.
All right, 6:35 the time. The early riser portion of our show is brought to you by Sports World 8809 Joella. Go see Jack and his crew for whatever it is you need when it comes to athletics, whether it's uniforms, whether it's gear, whether it's bats, balls, glass. They got the vats of bats and the wall of gloves. I haven't seen that much leather since Rogers took me down to his basement that time. I'm reading. I've got your diary, Rogers. I've got your diary. And strangely, your password was password on this thing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just don't go in door number 2.
Oh, look out.
I think the gimp's sleeping.
Roger, your diary is turned into Pulp Fiction. We are rocking and rolling on this lovely Monday. Of course, we are thankful for our buddies over at Alsco and their continued support of our little radio endeavor over here. They are really good people. They work their tails off. They're there now, right now in the factory, getting laundry taken care of, sorted, and sent out on the big green trucks to people all over the state of Louisiana. Uniforms, linens, facility care, and more. If you're not using Alsco, buddy, what are you even doing? 318-636-0404. And thanks as well to our buddies over at AccuTemp. They're going to have a very busy day. As a matter of fact, AccuTemp hit up the Wren house the other day, had a little condenser switch, took care of it. Chop, 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 chop. Done, done, done. 861-2255. AccuTemp, my former father-in-law, still is my renter over there with his girlfriend, Jerry and Terry. Wonderful human beings. And I was thinking, yeah, we probably want to get this fixed before it gets, 35 degrees. And AccuTemp was awesome. Jerry and Terry were awesome. Next thing you know, another satisfied customer. AccuTemp, 861-2255, 861-2255. You know what I say, Raj? It's all about the ABC, man. For Glengarry, Glen Ross, always be closing. Well, with AccuTemp, it's always be comfortable in your own home, even when the in-laws are there. AccuTemp, 861-2255. Hambone and I will be back with more of our show right after this. Sports World 8809, Joella in Shreveport, Louisiana, is your local uniform professionals since 1973. That's right, since 1973, they've been taking care of your school uniform needs, your softball uniform needs, cheerleader, baseball, football, basketball, you name it. And for you refs out there, they've got you covered as well. They got the striped shirts. They've got the sunglasses. They got everything you need. Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Rogers, your pops was Mr. Shreveport, right?
Yes, he was. First ever.
Big muscle-bound guy.
Yes, he was.
You like muscles?
I do.
I like my cars with muscle.
Oh, absolutely. Are you kidding me?
Landers, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. They basically are the Mr. Shreveport Bossier of muscle cars.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, because they flex the Challenger and Chargers all the time. When you pull up next to one of those, it's almost like, is that Rogers Hampton Sr., like, embodied in a Challenger?
Especially the ones that were red, because he had red hair.
Landers, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. Mac McCarter has been making Shreveport Bossier better for many, many years. Community renewal, making Shreveport Bossier a more welcoming, more inviting, healthier, friendlier place, one house at a time, one neighbor at a time, one block, one neighborhood, one community. Community renewal, 318-425-3222, communityrenewal.us. See what you can do to help make Shreveport Bossier better than ever before. Whether you're looking for that hot shot prospect in Bowman Chrome, or maybe that established star with any of the Panini products coming out for the NFL, or maybe Tiger Woods, Michael Jordan, and those Upper Deck Goodwin Champions cards that are out there, Sports Cards of Louisiana has something for everybody, plus Pokemon and Magic the Gathering. 3000 North Market Street, Suite 178 on the north side of Brookshire. It's Sports Cards of Louisiana, 318-671-4991.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Fox Sports plays here.
Hey now, welcome back to the show, Tim Fletcher Show and Rogers Hambone Hampton. How you guys doing? How you doing? Welcome back. It's Monday, November 10th. The early riser portion of our show is presented by Sports World. They've been around since 1973. The 70s were awesome if you're big into dynasties for baseball, or if you're big into dynasty, because didn't that come out about 79? Yeah. That was back, of course, the A's won 3 in a row, 72, 73, 74. The Reds won 75-76, and the Yankees won 77, 78, 79, I think. Isn't that how it went? So it's kind of interesting to me that in a decade that featured all these dynasties in baseball, Sports World's kind of the dynasty in sports equipment around here. They just are the go-to source. They're the one that your grandparents shop for their kids. They're the one that your parents shop for you. And they're the ones that you're shopping at now for your kids. Sports World, 8809 Joella. Jack and his crew have just been one of the backbones of athletics in our area for a long, long time. As mentioned, since 1973, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Shout out to our buddies over at GBT as well. The great banking team at GBT, 3400 Line Avenue, just south of Byrd High School on the opposite side of the street. Mansfield Road and Williamson Way. Roger says hi. East Texas next to the Bellagio. Dude, the Bellagio, so righteous. And every one of the branches are so nice, Roger. Every time I go into a GBT, I'm like, I think I might be a stowaway here. Where's the shower? I could live in one of those places. They got a fridge, Roger. They got to have a break room. And so if they've got a break room, they've got a snack room. That's all you need is a microwave to live, I think. GBT. The branch is so nice, you want to visit them thrice. That's more than twice, Roger. Time now for an LSU update. Brought to you by River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery. 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City. KB and his crew, Kevin Bryant, and his wonderful crew have been doing this for about 13 years, I believe, providing light fixtures for inside the house, outside the house, all over the house like a space peanut. Your LSU Tiger soccer team, oh, the heartbreak, Raj. Heartbreak. SEC championship game, taking on those blasted Vanderbilt Commodores, the 2 seed. LSU made it to the championship match as a 5 seed. In a 3-hour-long match that went to 10 PKs. That's penalty kicks for you, not such soccer fans like myself. Vanderbilt outduels LSU 8-7 in PKs to win the 1-1 match for the championship. Wow. That's 4 SEC tournament titles for Vanderbilt, second in 6 seasons. LSU was looking for their second ever. Vanderbilt dropped behind early as LSU scored in the 25th minute with Gabby Ceballos knocking one into the twine. It was just the third time all year that the Commodores had given up the opening goal to an opposing team. It was still 1-0 at the break. Vanderbilt had a lot of opportunities to score in the second half. With the clock continuing to dwindle, Vanderbilt broke through in the 69th minute. A free kick from junior Courtney Jones sent directly at LSU goalkeeper Alder Chaving. It was deflected back to the box, rebounded in the net by Akairam, and just like that, Chaving gave up a goal, and it was tied 1-1. They went back and forth like a Devo song. Knotted 1-1 as time expired. Overtime, double overtime. Not enough to separate the two, so it came down to penalty kicks. Vanderbilt had taken 1 penalty kick all season. After scoring on 2 of their first 4 kicks, the Doors sat on the brink of defeat with their hopes resting on Wojdelko. As she has done throughout her entire career, the 2025 SEC Goalkeeper of the Year delivered for her team, making a diving save on a shot from Gadea Bianco Gonzalez to the right side of the goal. Junior Sydney Watts followed by converting on Vandy's final penalty kick to keep the team alive. Morgan Witt stepped to the ball with a chance to win the match, sending a strong strike to the left side. Wojdelko fully extended on yet another dive, redirecting the ball off the post before jumping on top of the ball at the goal line to complete the save. After each side drilled 4 penalty kicks each. Sophomore Mary Beth McLaughlin added to the score to give Vanderbilt an 8-7 advantage, and with another make-or-break kick on the line, Wojdelko sealed it for the Doors, stopping a shot from Jasmine Ferguson to clinch the match win. Commodores win 8-7 on PKs, and LSU ends the season after a magical run in the tournament, ends the SEC tournament as the bridesmaids yet again. Next up, though, it's the NCAA tournament, and you got to think that LSU is going to get a shot there because I think, Rogers, weren't they on like a 9-match unbeaten streak before that? So you got to think LSU has done enough to punch their ticket into the NCAA tournament. And that, my friends, is your LSU update. Brought to you by River Cities Lighting. RiverCitiesLighting.com. 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, Louisiana. When it comes to your light fixture business, you're looking for one light to do one project, or maybe, just maybe, you're looking to complete an entire house full of lights. You know where to go. RiverCitiesLighting.com. River Cities Lighting. 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, bringing bright ideas to people every day, Raj. Every day. Draco, text in on the Live Oak Environmental text line. I wanted to know if St. John won their basketball game at Madison Square Garden against Alabama. Draco, I have a feeling you're aware that Alabama beat St. John to snap St. John's, 15-game winning streak in the Garden or something like that in the Battle of Ranked Teams. Yes, I saw where Alabama beat St. John. Nussmeier is a very good quarterback. He obviously has been hurt all year. He was told that he would be benched, and nobody would be good behind that line. Now that I agree with. I don't think Joe Burrow would be a Heisman Trophy winner behind that offensive line. Plastic Blade says, how about Shuck this weekend? He looked good. He certainly did look good. And I'm going back, and I'm looking at some of the last texts from, we haven't heard from Plastic Blade in a while. August 29th was our last time to hear from Plastic Blade. And I'm going back to one from August 7th, and I chuckle. It's a very funny gift, Plastic Blade. I see that all the time, and I think it's very funny. Lucky Jack. If Homer wins their first game, they catch Haynesville in the second round. Unlucky. Yeah, that's part of the deal in the old LHSA playoff brackets. All right, Rod, 6:47. I don't know. You're talking so much. We're over our time now. We're late for a break, aren't we? Not like we usually are. So you're saying that we're bad, but not as bad as we usually are.
Yeah, we're not as bad as we usually are, man.
Oh, is that kind of like I was great as I once was, but
yeah, kind of like the bull up, get a good. Sometimes you get that line right, yeah. Sometimes you don't. All I know is at the end of all of it, just go, oh, prehistoric forest.
Look at the birds, the plane.
Alpha Centauri.
Alpha Centauri. All right, boys and girls, Tim Fletcher Show. Rogers Hammond. It is getting hot in here, Raj.
This is where the long pants are from.
Right. If I would have brought shorts, I'd have gotten frostbite and had my legs sawed off.
And so I had some next to the old backpack, and I just forgot them because it was so cold. I thought, well, man, it's going to be cold all day.
Right.
I kept forgetting, well, inside the building, it's not going to be.
It's going to be 90 degrees in here. So, yeah, we're sweating to the oldies in here, buddy. Thanks to Chevyland. Shop, click, drive, Chevyland.com. Speaking of, Rogers, when I got in my truck this morning, my seat was warm. And then I got inside the truck. Exactly. Here, when I have to go over there on the other side of the desk at the beginning of the show before we start the show and type in all the stuff for our streaming stuff. And so I sit where Rogers sits for just a little bit. And when I sat on it this morning, it was like Rogers had his seat warmer going. It was very, very warm. Don't understand the moistness, but it was very warm. Whoops, I grabbed my pants, and I just did. And yes, my friends, on a day like today, I am so thankful that I've got the steering wheel warmer, the seat warmer. As a matter of fact, I went in and put the seat warmer on the passenger side and just kept my hand over there. Chevyland. Shop, click, drive, Chevyland.com. If you're looking for a beautiful brand new truck, holy moly. Did you know the number one Chevy dealership in the area has got a bevy of Chevys? A bevy of Chevys, Raj. Is that like a murder of crows? Which, of course, when we hear that song from the Counting Crows, we want to do. Commit murder to the phonograph. Chevyland, the number one Chevy dealership in the area, among the top 250 Chevy dealerships in the country. Together, let's drive. Go over there and get in touch with good old Jerry Montgomery, Steve Horn, and our buddy Bubba Winningham. 0% financing available on so many select 2026 Silverados. These trucks are for the future. They already know what's coming up. They knew that there was going to be the government shutdown. They also knew that the government was going to get back together again. That's what you get when you get one of these trucks from the future at Chevyland. Chevyland.com, 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport. Hambone and I hanging out in the old cleanup, what do you call this thing? The Early Riser Hour, brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, and our show brought to you by Alsco, alsco.com. Back after this.
Black Friday savings are here at the Home Depot, which means it's time to add new cordless power to your collection. Right now, when you buy a select battery kit from one of our top brands like Ryobi or Milwaukee, you'll get a select tool from that same brand for free. Click into one of our best deals of the season and stock up on tools for all your upcoming projects. Get Black Friday savings happening now at the Home Depot. Limit 1 per transaction. Exclusions apply. Full eligible tool list in-store and online.
Looking for reliable electrical services? Look no further than Jack Spring Electric. From industrial to commercial to residential needs, we've got you covered. Our expert team ensures top-notch service every time, keeping your operations running smoothly and your homes powered up. And when the power goes out, trust our generators to keep your lights on and your business going strong. Visit jackspringelectric.com for all of your electrical needs. For quality you can trust, visit jackspringelectric.com today. Jack Spring Electric, powering your world.
That Chevy Silverado 1500 LTZ Texas edition that I am cruising around in is just a dream truck. I love the leather upholstery. It's got the cooling seats that are going to come in handy so much here as these temperatures warm up. Can you imagine the summer without cooling seats and leather upholstery? As big as I am, not a pretty picture. But the Silverado LTZ from Chevyland is going to take care of me as it always does. Chevyland, together, let's drive.
Macy's has Black Friday deals you can shop now. That means you're getting early access to our top holiday deals on gifts for everyone on your list, including you. Like select sweaters for just $19.99. This season's hottest shoes and boots, 40 to 50% off. And festive sheet sets from $7.99 to $17.99. So come into Macy's, beat the rush, and get your holiday shopping done early. Black Friday early access starts here at Macy's. Savings off select styles. Exclusions apply.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show. Rogers Hambone Hampton hanging out on this lovely day, 6:52 the time. It's Monday, November 10th. It's a chilly one out there. Reminder for you that if you got dry cleaning from this weekend, you went to a wedding and you got the gravy boat situation, you know how it is. I don't go to weddings unless there is gravy, by the way. That's just a kind of a fact that if you guys, no one asks me to do anything, Raj. No one ever calls me anymore. But if you are ever going to send me a wedding invitation, please don't do it unless you're going to have gravy at the wedding reception. And if you happen to get a little gravy on your skirt, Raj, or, your tuxedo or cummerbund or whatever, you know what to do. Drop it off at Porter's by 9 this morning. It'll be ready for you by 5. In by 9, out by 5 at all Porter's locations. The Early Riser portion of our show coming at you courtesy of Sports World. And thanks to our buddies over at Alsco, they've got you taken care of for facility care. First aid kits, Raj, if you're kind of low on supplies on your first aid kit, get in touch with Alsco, 636-0404. They'll come back and take care of that. Let's go to the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline. Good morning. Thanks for calling the show. What's going on there, Nick?
Good morning, Mr. Fletcher. How are you guys this morning?
We're doing okay. More importantly, Nick, how are you?
I'm doing well, my man. Hopefully y'all had a great weekend. A lot of great football this weekend. Cooney Friday night with the Evangel Eagles got a big-time statement at home against Parkway, district champions. And then now we're an 8th seed in the bracket, and now we have a first-round bye. We get a home game following week. And also, I was not surprised about LSU going to Alabama. It wasn't easy in Tuscaloosa. I thought Nussmeier was kind of banged up, like y'all said, talked about before Nussmeier, but changing quarterback was the right decision. But the remaining 3 games, but I feel like we can win both home games against Arkansas, Western Kentucky. That's the easy opponents we can able to win. We should be able to, but Oklahoma, I think we will probably go to 7-5 at that point. Get B-ball eligible, and then yes, sir.
Okay, I could see 7-5. And I know one of the things that was mentioned today on BengalTigerOn3.com is that, okay, after all this effort in the Alabama game and everything that was put into it, Now is the big week for opt-outs. This will be the week that we will either see people opt out, and if they don't, then that probably means they're going to be in it for the long haul. 3 games remaining. Do some of these young guys that are on the squad, now is now the time they're going to go ahead and start prepping for life somewhere else? That's going to be something to keep an eye on. If they are able to hold on to 95% of the roster heading into this week in Western Kentucky and Oklahoma, that's a pretty strong testament to what Frank Wilson's able to do to keep the kids, the fellas, focused on fighting for LSU and having guys like Jacob Hester come in and talk to the team. To me, Raj, this is another week, and Nick, this is another week where I might, if I'm Frank Wilson, I'm calling on those old guards again. I'm like, hey, Jacob, Matt, if y'all want to come back and address the team and talk about how you rallied back from a loss. Yeah. Game's in Tiger Stadium. It's going to be a daytime game against Arkansas, so you're going to need every bit of energy. Right. So this is going to be a big week for LSU as far as how the program will be perceived nationally and perhaps even by coaching candidates, how they respond to even more adversity. It's a big week, if you ask me.
Yes, sir, for sure. I feel like Frank Wilson has got a press conference this afternoon and then talked about what's ahead of them this week and what they're going to do about the quarterback situation.
Sure.
If they're going to start either not, I wouldn't be surprised if they start both quarterbacks, but it's either one of them, but it doesn't matter. But that's the coaching staff's decision, Fletch.
You got that right, Nick.
And so, I feel like if somehow if we don't win the remaining games, we're not going to be bowl eligible. You don't want to hear that. But I feel like if we can win these 2 games at home, probably lose it at Oklahoma because it's not going to be pretty because Oklahoma's playing who just coming off that bye week, and they got a big game in Tuscaloosa at Alabama because they're still alive for the playoff race right now after being Tennessee the last following week. So, so kind of pay attention going into this week if you're LSU. And then like I said, Frank Wilson will have to adjust with his players and his coaching staff about the quarterback situation, what they've gone through in Tuscaloosa. So it's going to be interesting to see what Frank Wilson is going to say in the press conference this afternoon.
You're right, Nick. Good call, buddy. Nice talking to you, Nick. Proud of his Evangel Eagles. Of course, Nick, an Evangel alum, by the way. Featured on season 1 of God Family Football, I believe. You can check that out on Fox Nation, I think is where you find all 3 seasons of that. Big win for Evangel Friday night versus Parkway. Don't forget that tomorrow morning at 7:30, we will be announcing our Morris Intuit Injury Lawyers Player of the Week nominees, followed by our regular season finale week. Of course, we'll continue with our Player of the Week with Morris Intuit Injury Lawyers. But tomorrow morning at 7:30, find out who the Player of the Week from Morris Intuit Injury Lawyers is from Week 10. And Week 9 was nuts, Raj, because we had 5 kids really that kind of stood out, and then 3 of those 5 were like, whoa. And so having to determine one winner out of those last week was rough, tough, and I hated to do it, but we put it to committee, and we came up with our winner last week. It was a deserving winner, don't get me wrong, Kenny Thomas of North DeSoto. This week, we'll find out tomorrow morning. Morris Intuit Injury Lawyers, Trey Morris, Justin DeWitt, as local gets. And it's interesting. I see, watching TV, football throughout the weekend, Raj, you see all these attorney commercials coming out, okay? And I thought it was very interesting that there's at least now 2 different law firms that are basically stealing ideas from Morris and DeWitt as far as look at the Google reviews, the 5-star Google reviews. How long have we been talking about that for Morris and DeWitt? Since the beginning, like 2.5 years it's been talked about, and that's one of the things they promote out there on their social media, so it's not just us. They've got it on their billboards. We say it here. They say it in the TV ads and stuff. Well, another law firm started doing that, and also talking about just we're local attorneys. There's another law firm that's like, these guys are local attorneys. Like, really, where are they coming out of? What they're like a T building? What is that? How about having a local law firm that's literally directly behind the courthouse? That's where you'll find Trey Morris, Justin DeWitt, and their entire staff of wonderful attorneys, paralegals, and more support staff They're just so nice. Every time I'm around these folks at Morrison DeWitt, they're awesome. And the thing I like best about them, outside of them sponsoring our show, Raj, and that's numero uno, is how much they support other endeavors around town, other charitable endeavors, other fundraising efforts, other quality of life events. That, hey, a concert here, something here. Well, brought to you by Morrison DeWitt, and it was evident to me, Rogers, with GeekCon 10. Title sponsor, Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers. These guys are not just winning cases and keeping it all to themselves. They are dispersing so much to so many entities around here, and I love that. That is, you want proof of who's local and who really cares about local? Look at the money being spent locally by some of the people that we bring up on the show, okay? And I think you'll find out that, yeah, that's where local really matters. And we're really glad to have them. Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers, morrisdewitt.com. Hambone and I. Rogers, we've wrapped up the early riser portion of the sports world, folks, here. We're now on to the Fuzzy's Taco Shop cleanup hour. We're 59 minutes away from tacos being ready. That almost sounds like gluttony. But it's just life. This is we are so fortunate to live in a world, Rogers, where at 8 o'clock in the morning we can get breakfast, burritos, and tacos in Bossier City at 4600 East Texas. What a country! This is what Yakov Smirnoff talked about when he imported here from Pittsburgh. Hambone and I will be back with your SEC update and so much more. We got Saints on the brain, baby. We got NFL action to talk about, more college football to talk about. Gut-wrenching loss, another one for Louisiana Tech. Just, we'll be back after this. Hester, I was doing some math the other day.
All right.
I think there have been over 1 million people who have been serviced by Sports World in some shape, form, or fashion in their 50 years of existence.
Okay, I can go along with that.
Are you among that million?
Absolutely.
Aren't we all?
We are.
Do you remember your mouthpieces from Sports World?
Absolutely.
Shin
Boil them and cut them.
Oh, dude.
All that stuff.
The tasty stuff.
Yeah.
Sports World's been around for athletes for 50 years. They'll be around for another 50. Sports World celebrating 50 years.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
GBT has been our stand-by-us bank for quite some time when it comes to a bank that delivers service, that delivers financial products, that delivers modern banking at your fingertips. I can think of nobody better than GBT, the great banking team.
Hey, y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvamine Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at RejuvaMeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com.
The cleanup hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Bossier City's home for LSU Sports, a Town Square Media station.
Welcome back, kids. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers, Hambone, Hepton in the his house. It is now time for the Fuzzy's Taco Shop cleanup hour. Bubbles, is that you?
Time for Fuzzy Tacos!
Even babies love Fuzzy's Taco Shop. And if you're not feeding your baby breakfast tacos, chorizo, egg and cheese burritos, what's wrong with you? We need to beef these kids up. LSU needs offensive linemen not just in 2026, but 2047 as well. Or, boy, 2043, that'd be better. not everybody's Diego Pavia and playing college football at 32 years old. Huh? Well, I don't know. Somebody out in the hallway screaming. Roger, that gave me a fright. We're also, our little show is brought to you by Alsco and Alsco.com. When it comes to your workwear, washroom supplies, I almost said fertility care, Raj, but it's facility care. That's a different thing. Dr. Gru's a good dude, but he's not Dr. Detroit. Yeah. Facility care, not fertility care. Alsco.com, 318-636-0404. Raj, it feels like it's time for another SEC. Oh, it is. Thank you. It is time for another SEC update. And it's brought to you by our buddy Bo Harris and Bo Harris Wealth Management. In every client meeting, Bo says, this first question is, what are you thinking about when lying awake at 2 in the morning? That's what he wants to address. Bo Harris sells peace of mind, addressing problems that worry you is his calling, especially when it involves your financial life. Bo Harris Wealth Management, coming at you with the SEC update. All right, so the college football week that was, Texas A&M now apparently has a 99.3% chance to make the postseason playoff field of 12. Once again, there's so many of us, Raj, around here that always thought Aggies would be close, but never get over the hump. And I don't get many victories in this kind of stuff, Raj, as far as my forecasting duties. But we did call Mike Elko would make a difference at A&M. And I don't know really why I jumped on that bandwagon early, Raj. There's nothing. I mean, he was a good coach at Duke and got great success there at Duke. And I think it was because he was such an under-the-radar, underwhelming, not a rah-rah. He's not Lane Kiffin. He's not Jimbo. He's not he just looks like a coach. He just looks like a dude, you know? And you just feel like he's exactly what they needed. And, man, there's something else. That defense of A&M's, those edge rushers they have, Rogers, if you don't have NFL quality type offensive tackles when you're playing A&M, you're in for a hell of a long day. And that's what's going to get them into the national championship, I have a feeling. If their defensive line holds up health-wise, I don't see anybody being able to really put enough points on the board to get past them. And if Marcel stays healthy as well. Ole Miss, another team, 87.7% chance to make the 12-team field. It's pretty good chances, Raj. And they don't exactly have the most menacing schedule the rest of the way, do they? Florida and Mississippi State. That's all they got left. They get Florida this week at home, off a week, and then it's the Egg Bowl versus Mississippi State on Black Friday, I believe. That's always a fun one, and I believe it's at Mississippi State this year, so there is that. And Blake's playing well, so Georgia has an 85.4% chance. They're looking pretty good. Had a 38-0 run against Mississippi State. Alabama, 81% chance to make the playoffs. They've got to do a better job running the football, though. Jam Miller and Daniel Hill had 15 carries for 34 yards against LSU. And that was an LSU defense that does give up running yards. As far as other teams in the SEC and their playoff chances right now, Texas has a 28% chance. They can win their way in, though. Oklahoma, a 27% chance. They, too, can win their way in. Because I think, Rogers, it's starting to look to me like we may see 5 SEC teams in the playoff field. I think that 4 is a given. I think that 5 could happen. Because right now, A&M, Alabama, Georgia, and Ole Miss are virtual locks. Texas or Oklahoma win out. How do you keep 10-2 Texas or 10-2 Oklahoma out of the playoffs and not consider them among the best? Especially, Rogers, Texas. If they get to 10-2, you know that means Arch is going to be playing better, and they're a marquee team. They get a lot of eyeballs. I'm not saying that's what the playoff committee looks at, but I think they look at it. And so I think that's the fifth team. I think either Oklahoma or Texas, if either one of them wins out, and if they both win out, then Texas would get it because they beat Oklahoma. And so I just think that's where the fifth team is going to come from. And that's your SEC update. It's been brought to you by a paid advertisement from Bo Harris Wealth Management. I don't know how much you guys pay attention to this kind of stuff, but look, if you're in your 30s, just starting a family, man, oh man, is now a great time just to make a dent in putting together an investment plan. If you're in your 40s, it's time to get this party going. 50s, 60s, never too late to start doing something to make things better for your financial future, whether that's to leave something behind for the kids and grandkids or to help take care of yourself as you get to those years when you're like, I don't really want to go to work anymore. I kind of want to just go fishing and play golf, and maybe golf while fishing, maybe fish and golf at the same time. You got to have a plan to get there. And one of the guys that I know would love to be able to help you out. He's a good dude. He's got a good heart and a good head, and he really does want to see people have success. All it takes is a phone call, 318-670-3101, to make an appointment with Bo Harris. Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo is a certified financial planner, CFP, certified investment management analyst, CIMA. Securities are offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservant Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Bo Harris Wealth Management. BoHarrisWM.com, 318-670-3101, located at 223 Fannin in downtown Shreveport, bringing you the SEC update. And Bo, we got text coming in. Sweet Lincoln's Mullet said, and I had Louisiana Tech at -5.5. Oy, sorry about that. Our resident Carolina Panther fan, the driver of the truck that is white. Once again, if you're wondering where that nickname came from, we were talking about how, who was it? Hester said that all white pickup trucks park back in first. And so our friend here texted in. He goes, I'm a white truck driver. And so in the phone, he's white truck driver, but that looks kind of bad when I say white truck driver. And for those that don't know whether he's a white man, a black man, an Asian man, or Hispanic man, we're talking about the color of the truck. And so in the phone, he's white truck driver, but he actually, I'm going to change it right now. Because, right, he is the driver of the truck that is white. Driver of the truck that is white. Driver of the truck. This is Hester's favorite part of the show is when I read what I'm texting. Driver of the truck that is white. Do I put a Y at the end of that? No? White. Driver of the truck that is white. Okay. He's our resident Carolina Panther fan. And he says, well, Fletch, we suck again. What a letdown after a big road win. Shuck looked far better than Bryce Young. Cumbie ball needs to come to an end. He can't win on the road, can't win close ones. Again, I'm not sure what he's good at. He was supposed to bring back the air raid to Rustin. Hasn't been anything but that. Well, his quarterback got hurt. Baker gets hurt, and so they kind of look. They win the game, but Delaware executed the greatest onside kick of the season. It was the absolute most perfect onside kick I have seen this year. They got 3 bounces. When you're celebrating in the end zone, you get 2 pumps. Key and Peele told you that. No 3 pumps, going to get fined, right? Well, Rico Dowdell found out that you get 2 pumps, you get fined. End zone celebrations, 3 pumps. Max. Okay, you'll get 2 max. As far as onside kicks, if you get a 3rd hop, there has to be a stat on this, that if you get 3 bounces on an onside kick, what are the chances of you recovering it as the onside kicking team? It's got to be greater than 2 or 1. That 3rd bounce went so high, the Tech guy on the hands team jumped as high as he could, and it was still a good 70 feet above his head. Remember when PCA went in the playoffs and tried to catch the home run ball for the Cubs that hit about 70 feet above him, and he still made the leaping effort at the wall? Like, PCA, what are you looking at, dude? The ball is literally 50 feet above you. How bad is your depth perception that you thought you might be able to have this nestle in the leather of the web of your glove when you're jumping at the wall when it's up there? Boo! Whoop! Groove is in the heart. So the poor Tech kid jumped as high as he could. The ball was well 2 feet over his head. And they're just, I'm telling you, look at it and tell me that there is any onside kick receiving team that would have been able to field that ball. That was just, it was horrible luck, outstanding execution from Delaware, and just happenstance. And then they still had to end up making a field goal that just squirted inside the upright. So it's not like Tech went up there and laid a turd in the punch bowl. I mean, they played well. I thought Tech played really good football. So, I get it. I'm not a Tech alum. And actually, when you think about Rogers and I, we're probably the least ones to be talking about Tech. I hated Tech so much at NLU, I got kicked out of school. So there's that. But I really like Sonny. And I really think that you have to. Now, again, I'm not a Tech fan, so I'm not as embroiled in all this, Raj, and just like eaten up with like, why aren't we good again kind of thing, So from the 30,000 feet looking in, I used that reference a couple of times here this weekend, 30,000 feet looking in, I just kind of do the, hey, man, look where they are now, look where they were a couple of years ago. They are making progress. And they're getting ready to move into the Sun Belt. And they're going to be in a league that's going to be really, really fun. And I think that Sonny is coaches around here and coaches in the coaching world, you'll see little reports. They all think Sonny's a really good coach and a really good mind and does a very good job. They were behind the eight ball for a while. The roster got decimated a couple of years ago. Got decimated again. Remember, there's a guy catching passes in the NFL that went off to Ole Miss as a transfer, Trey Harris, what if they had him last year? So when you lose those marquee players, it's impossible to replace a kid that's good enough to be an NFL wide receiver. Who are you going to replace him with, And so I think that Tech has done a very good job of building this roster up, and because it's at the mid-major level, Raj, they can't give a guy $150,000 to show up and be the next.
I was just about to say it's a different story when he was OC at Texas Tech. That's a different playing field. That's a different money level. So you're probably able to maybe get a little higher quality of an athlete or a quarterback for him to coach as an offensive OC and a quarterback coach. You got to keep that in mind where you're at, the level it is, and the money you can bring that's going to bring this talent in. I'm with you. I mean, I'm with you. We know him. He's a good man. He's a good coach. It's just hard for you and I to sit back and complain when we saw what Skip did all those years. And like you said, we're not Tech fans, but we appreciated what Skip did, and his own fan base didn't. Mm-hmm. So now they're griping about this guy when, you had what you wanted, and you already had it. Now you're having to rebuild and go through doing it, and that's what happens. You can't just all of a sudden success. Oh, we had one bad year, and now success. It's just not the way it happens in this NIL, and transfer portal has changed it to where it's harder. Yes, you're a good coach, but it's not about coaching anymore. Mm-hmm. That's not your coach does not have the sole voice now, and I command this team, I command the administration, athletic director responds to me. Those days are gone, unless you're Nick Saban, but now they're gone because he's gone. The older Mac Brown's gone. Brian Kelly gone. Belichick's probably gone. The old guard of the old way is fading out, and it's a new way of running college athletics. And it's a whole different ball game for this next generation coming up, and I wish them luck because I wouldn't want to have to deal with it.
No, I wouldn't either. And that's the other thing. At some point, and this is not meant to sound degrading to Sonny at all, because I think Sonny is a good coach, and I think that he's the right guy. But who are you going to get? I had this conversation with some folks over the weekend. Who are you going to get? at UCLA? Who are you going to get at Virginia Tech? Who are you going to get at Arkansas? Who are you going to get at Louisiana
And
Tech?
now that there's so many openings that we know of.
And more coaches are saying, I don't want to be a part of that.
And
stay where I
so
am.
now you're dwindling it down to where you're going to hire a guy that's probably not as good as the one you just fired.
That's exactly. How many of the 10, 11, Power 4 jobs are going to be hires that are underwhelming to the fan base? Probably the majority. I would say of the 10, 11, 12 jobs that are open, Raj, I would have to say 6, 7 of them are going to be like, oh, damn.
There's only going to be 2 or 3 fan bases that are going to be happy that they got a big name coach that's on everybody's list. Then after that, you're going to, now the rest of y'all, you want him? There's only going to be 2 or 3 schools that are going to go, all right, we got fill in the blank.
You know what it is, Raj? There's 10 Plinko chips. And all these athletic directors get one shot with their Plinko chip.
That man.
And you're thinking you're going to get the $10,000, but a lot of them are going to get 500,
the 100,
100,
or maybe
goose egg. And so that's it. That's the breaks.
You know what? If we can settle college coaching hiring by the Plinko board,
that would be awesome.
I am all in.
How big of a show would that be? If
Oh.
ESPN wants to have a 3-hour show, have Plinko for coaches.
We do like the ball and stripe game where they have to reach down in the bag and you pull out what Plinko chip it is.
Yeah.
And whatever school, here, you get this
And
one.
in the middle, you got Lane Kiffin.
Yes.
And then the $1,000 ones are
the ones right there with him.
Dan Lanning and Dillingham, Arizona State. And then you put in Signetti and Dillingham.
Yes.
Then Lanning, and then the final ones, the zeros are
the ones who are
Brian
coordinated.
Kelly.
Yeah, yes.
And LSU's gets Brian Kelly again.
Maybe Napier.
Awkward.
God, I would watch that in a hurry.
Oh, dude, that would be the biggest ratings they've ever had on ESPN.
And then let's just go ahead and let's make it the selection committee that night and the matchups. Let's just Plinko the 2 teams down the board and whichever 2 meet each other, or we do the range game. Okay, 2 teams playing within that range. If they line up, they play each other. Okay, which 2?
Rogers and I watched Price is
The
Right
higher
every day,
you
brother.
get, whatever 2 teams light up, play each other, but you don't know where they put them. So you have to just guess. And of course, the loser in the whole thing is cliffhangers.
Exactly. Well, the loser is that stupid game when they start off at $20,000 and it counts down and no one ever wins anything. I've never seen them win. Yeah. 7:23 the time. We're a little late for our break. Our buddy Hester experiencing a little bit of a under the weather situation, so he may or may not be in. I'm suggesting that he not come in based on what I'm hearing here. So we might have Hambone and I with you for the rest of the morning, and I hope that's okay with you. By the way, our little radio show. Oh boy, yep. Thank you, Sweet Lincoln's Mullet. Here's a couple of white trucks that are backed in. That's so funny. That was a Hester observation that white trucks do more backing into parking spots than any other color truck. These are the hard-hitting stats that you get on this show, buddy. We may not know about SP+. We may not know about WOBA and BOBA and baseball and the advanced metrics, but when it comes to the stats on there are more white trucks that back into parking spaces than black trucks or silver or red or blue. I don't know either, but we're starting to see video evidence of it. The cleanup hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's gets the job done here with tacos and burritos, breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos, being served up here in just 36 minutes, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City, Louisiana. Holy free holies. How about a potato, egg, and cheese burrito at 8 o'clock in the morning? How about a bacon, potato, egg, and cheese taco at 8 o'clock in the morning? Yes, please. Thank you. 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. Take the industrial exit off I-20. You can go to fuzzystacoshop.com online. Fuzzy's Taco Shop. I don't know about you, but I'd love to feel fuzzy this morning. Our show also presented by Alsco and Alsco.com, facility care and more. 318-636-0404. Alsco.com. Back after this.
The following is a paid program. Participants of this program are not employees of this station, and their views, opinions, and claims do not necessarily represent those of Town Square Media, its employees, or advertisers.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
The cleanup hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City.
Bell Brothers Lumber is your local lumber company located at 1321 Martin Lane, just northeast of Bossier High School, featuring hot shot delivery service. They will deliver your lumber hardware needs swiftly and efficiently to your doorstep at no extra charge. And if you have a surplus undamaged materials, they'll pick them up and give you a store credit in return. Spell Brothers Lumber, spellbroslumber.com, 1321 Martin Lane in Bossier City, 318-747-1194.
AccuTemp 861-2255. We talk about being comfortable in your own home. Dude, winter rolls into spring, into summer, into fall. 4 seasons, we know there's hot and cold in Louisiana. AccuTemp keeps you hot when it's cold, cold when it's hot.
Skint and Dent has been around here in Shreveport, Bossier for just about 12 years. 814 Shreveport Barksdale Highway, 318-869-2023. The Hill Brothers, Devin and Rance. Man, these guys know it inside and out. The business of getting you appliances and furnishings that may have just a slight little cosmetic defect, a little scratch, a little dent, but up to 50% savings over the big box stores. Why would you go anywhere else other than Skint and Dent? 814 Shreveport Barksdale Highway.
When you text the old Tim Fletcher Show, buddy, you're using the Live Oak Waste text line. Roy Walters' crew is ready to make sure you don't ever have to worry again about your trash. Whether it's at a business, a restaurant, retail center, apartment complex, you shouldn't worry about your trash. Leave that to Live Oak, man. 230-7125, liveoak-environmental.com, liveoak-environmental.com, 230-7125. Don't worry about your trash. Leave that to Live Oak.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Hey now, welcome back, kids. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers, Hambone, Hampton. We're down a man today. Hester, a little under the weather, and so we hope he feels better. And if he does feel better soon enough, he may be here. But still, you know, we'll take what we get with old Hollywood. You know what they say, Raj? Sometimes even the great ones take a fall. Our show brought to you every day by the fine folks over at Alsco and Alsco.com. Uniforms, linens, facility care, and more. I'm telling you, they just do such a great job, and they are so hard at work over there. But I don't know if I've ever seen a building that had so much hard work going on and so many people having a good time doing it. They really do a good job, and they do it with pleasantness in their hearts at Alsco and Alsco.com. Of course, the cleanup hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. They open in 32 minutes. Breakfast tacos, breakfast burritos. What more could you look for? They open at 8 o'clock, too. A couple of texts here, Raj. On the Live Oak Environmental text line, 318-489-7453, Live Oak ENV. Draco. It's so dumb not to have LSU Bama every year anymore. It's usually a good game. Roll Tide. Yeah, I get it. Fist Pump. Haynesville is the real deal, by the way. Most complete 1A team I have ever seen. Yeah, Fist Pump. You saw them this week against Glenbrook. They are legit. Golden Tee. Safer to back in when you arrive than to try to back out when you leave. So it's been pounded in my head for 25 years. And don't forget to put all your cones out. So that's the other thing that was brought up to me when I said I don't try to back in because I don't want to take up that kind of time to block people when I'm parking. Why is it that it's harder to back out than it is to back in to a parking spot, Raj? I guess, well, if you're pulling out of a parking spot, sure. I mean, you can see everything. And so I get it. I don't know. I don't know if this is I'm not ready that's not going to be the hill I die on. You know, Hester, that's a very important deal for him. It gets annoying if you're behind somebody, you see them stop, and then start doing beep, Austin
see,
Powers
I
stuff
never
in the
do
hallway.
that. I'll go to another part of the parking lot that doesn't have anybody to back in, and I'll walk further. I will never try to get between two cars that are up front.
No.
And the reason I do it here, I get here at 3:30 in the morning. There's nobody behind me.
Right.
And with my old truck, you never know when I'm going to need a battery jump.
Right.
A lot easier to
Exactly.
face it that way than I got it facing that tree. And
Good point.
There's a sidewalk on
Now,
both sides.
I had to go run a quick errand last night. I had something that I was doing last night, and I wanted to go one more place. And when I got there, I was like, no parking up front. So I did. I parked way away. Usually I drive around and look to see if I can prevent an old lady from getting close.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, because they need to work.
I mean, they need to work
exercise.
those muscles.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't want to see anybody's muscles atrophy, and the best way to do that is to make old people walk further
Absolutely.
to the grocery store.
Get their exercise in.
Right.
Get their steps in.
I'm a giver, Raj.
Yeah,
That's
I
just
hear
who I
you.
am. 7:30 the time. So, yeah, there you go. Oh, thanks to our buddies over at Sports Cards of Louisiana, by the way. They have got just a cornucopia of sports cards now. It is like the shopping season. And, buddy, I'm telling you right now, for Christmas, if you've got a card collector in your midst, whether it's sports cards, and whether it's Topps, Bowman Chrome, NBA, now, of course, with the official licensing with Topps and Fanatics, or whether it's Pokemon Go or Magic the Gathering, kids, adults, it's like 50-50 everywhere. Kids are collecting sports cards. Kids are collecting Magic the Gathering and Pokemon Go. Adults collect all sort of sets as well. If you have a hobbyist in the card collecting world on your Christmas shopping list, buddy, there is one place to do your shopping. Sports Cards of Louisiana. My gosh, Joey and Sarah are awesome. They are so friendly and knowledgeable, and they have something coming in. This is a huge month for sports cards, as a lot of product is going to be pushed out before the end of the year. Check them out, 3000 North Market Street, Suite 178, right there in the Brookshire Shopping Center, just north of I-220. They are Sports Cards of Louisiana, the only full-service card store. Panini, Topps, Upper Deck, Magic the Gathering, Pokemon Go. They're awesome. Here's a number to call if you need them, 318-671-4991. They're also doing a lot on Facebook as well. Check it out, Sports Cards of Louisiana, good people. We got the LSU update on the way here in just a wee bit. From the Live Oak Environmental text line, Golden T says, they say it's because you know the surroundings when you arrive and you just back in the back and you just back in, then back out not knowing what's around moving when you leave. Big corporate studies have been done. Oh. Well, if studies have been done, Rogers, argument over. I'm not going to argue with studies. You know? Yeah, Rogers, you're arguing with science. How do you argue against facts? 7:32 the time. Hambone and I have got an LSU update. We got Saints on the brain, and Rogers and I both would suit up for the Saints if they wore those uniforms every single week. Now, we would look ridiculous in it because we'd be like going to the grocery store and driving around town, giant helmet with gold face mask. But still, I'd wear it on Sundays. We'll be back right after this. The Cleanup Hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City.
Having personally witnessed just how hard the folks at Alsco work, you can feel great knowing they are working so hard for you. Uniforms, linens, facility care, and so much more. Call them today, 318-636-0404, or visit alsco.com. Locally owned and operated, Chevyland has been doing business right here in Shreveport for over 60 years. Good people, great deals. Together, let's drive. Chevyland, 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport, Louisiana, the #1 Chevy dealer in the area and among the top 250 Chevy dealers in the country.
Over here in our little Tim Fletcher Show corner of the world, we are so appreciative of the fine folks over at Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers, shining the spotlight on local athletes with our Player of the Week throughout the school year. Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers, morrisdewitt.com.
We've all seen the smiling face for Goodwill Industries, but do we know what Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana is actually doing in our community? Did you know they provide janitorial services, groundskeeping services, switchboard operators? They also have employees at state offices and libraries, at the federal courthouse, the VA, and the private sector as well, right here in Shreveport-Bossier, with accounting, payroll, HR, IT, maintenance, and so much more. Yeah, they've got the retail centers, and yeah, they've got 6 job centers, but they do so much. Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana. When is the last time you literally heard someone say, man, there's nothing like this place, and thought, I bet there's something like this place? Dude, there's nothing like Chasing Aces at all. From the home run dugout to the putting zone to the driving base and the par 3, they've got something for everybody. ChasingAces.golf.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Hey now, welcome back, guys. 7:35 the time. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers Hambone Hampton on this lovely Monday, November 10th. These 15 commandments. 10. November 10th, 2025. The cleanup hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. They get ready for business here in 25 minutes. Drew and the crew are going to be slinging up some absolutely delicious, delightful grooves in the house. Boo! Boop. I get to see Rogers do the delight dance every time we do this, so that's why I keep doing it. You can't see his feet doing it, but I can see his hands doing the delight dance. Fuzzy's Taco Shop opens in just 25 minutes at 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. Buddy, our show also presented by Alsco. Super duper good people. Dr. Groove is in the heart over there, too. Another reason to do delight. Are we trying to make delight a thing again? And what's weird is, Roger, they're listening, because I was, doom scrolling through Instagram the other day, and sure enough, there was a concert from 1990, and it showed Delight, and she was awesome. Yeah. She really could sing pretty well. She could move. She's a wildcat. Alsco.com, 318-636-0404. Time now for your LSU update. Brought to you by KB and the crew over at RiverCitiesLighting.com. By the way, Kevin doesn't know this, but next year, whenever Hester makes that inevitable, I'm going to soccer game, I'm not going to be here this weekend. I'm going to watch soccer in Austin. I'm going to get out here. I'm going to be here on Friday. Whenever he does that, I'm tapping KB to be the scores on the quarter guy. He doesn't know it yet, but yeah, Kevin Bryant's going to be my scores on the quarter guy. River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, Louisiana. River Cities Lighting, if they ain't got the lights, so you don't need to see what's under the light fixtures in. Maybe you just need to stay in the dark, because they got the lights for everybody else. Raj, the good thing about when you fired Brian Kelly, it was an amicable divorce. Everyone came away happy. He got what he wanted. They paid him off. Whoop, 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 record scratch. Narrator, he is not happy with what they've offered. Brian Kelly says, yeah, that's pretty cool. You guys offered me $25 million lump sum. That's cool. Oh, you came back with a $30 million lump sum offer? That's cool. Give me my money. Money, please. $54 million. He's like, yeah, we're not going to take a $24 million discount. Yeah, I think I want all of it. Nah, you said that I'd get all of it if I was fired without cause, and here's a letter that you guys sent to me, that says that, right here. I was fired without cause during an in-person meeting on October 26th, and then during a phone call on October 27th with acting athletic director Verge Osbury at the time, along with deputy athletic director Julie Cromer and Brian Kelly's representatives all on a phone call, and they said he was also fired without cause. The letter said LSU intended to honor the terms of the agreement pertaining to termination without cause. And what that means is you owe the man $54 million, 90% of the rest of his contract, which would come down to $54 million. LSU offered $25 million in a lump sum. You get it all. Deal or no deal? No deal. So the girl with the suitcase that said $30 million in 2 lump sum payments. So now you got 2 lumps. Hump? What hump? 2 lumps, $15 million and $15 million, with, from what I understand, Rogers, No offset language. In other words, dude, you can go get a job. If you take over as a UCLA head coach and they pay you $10 million a year, we're not going to deduct that from this agreement. You're going to get $30 million from us. You can go make $30 million a year, and it's not going to change our payout to you. 2 payments, $15 million. Easy peasy, hands done, right? Brian Kelly said, that's cool. That's cool. Is $30 million the same as $54 million? No, it's not.
And that feels like the Moonlight Graham moment. You saw it. You saw it.
So Brian Kelly or Brian Kelly's representatives, I should say, are having a Monday meeting with LSU athletic officials as well to see if they can come up with something. If not, Brian Kelly's attorneys have said they will seek legal remedies. So you know what LSU football needs right now? They need a good court case against their fired coach. That's what this program needs to really kind of send it into the stratosphere and being ready to move forward to 2026. I know what they were trying to do. They were trying to get him out of the way, pay him off. Who turns down? Who throws a shoe? Who turns down $30 million basically in a trunk? Here you go. Here's a sack full of cash for $15 million. Around there, around the back. Here's another sack we're going to give you next year for another $15 million. That's hard to turn down, Raj. You know who can turn that down? Guys who make $10 million a year. You know, I don't think Brian Kelly looks at his checking account and goes, oop, down to $2,100 in the checking account. I might ought to take that $15 million. Huh. Might be a bad idea to go ahead and just kind of get that big sack of cash. So this is not going to end amicably at all, it appears. And unless LSU comes back today and says during the meeting, all right, we'll pay you out the whole thing, but they have until 2031 to pay it out, Raj. So what's this year, 25? Yeah. We're going to give you $1 a day. And then on the final day of 2031, whatever's left over, that's how much. We're going to give you the Shohei Ohtani deal. That's if you're LSU, if you want to be spiteful, do you not come back with that? Like, all right, okay. We'll pay you the whole $54 million. All right, so we're going to give you $10 a day for the first year. We're going to give you $100 a day for the second year. All right, so now we're at $3,650, $36,000, so that's $39,000, about $40,000. We're going to give you $1,000 a day for the third year, so that's $365,000. So now we've given you about $415,000 out of the $56 million. And then we're going to give you $10,000 a day, and then that's going to give you, $3.6 million? Is that right? And once again, Monticello Education takes me just to the cusp of almost being smart enough to get away with it. And then you get the balloon payment at the end. Whatever else we owe you on December 31st, 2031, here you go. There's a reason why Verge Osberry has not called me, Raj. A, he probably doesn't have my number. B, he doesn't know who the hell I am. And C, I don't have the answers for this. None of those are good, Raj. And that's your LSU update, brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, Louisiana, rivercitieslighting.com. When it comes to taking care of your light fixtures, and if you're replacing one or a dozen inside or outside the house, Kevin Bryant and his team are the folks to take care of it. rivercitieslighting.com, 318-742, good gosh, it's getting harder to read, Rogers, 9918. Somehow, someone shrunk the printing on this paper. Who did that, Rogers? Did you see anybody shrinking documents here this weekend?
It looked funny yesterday.
Yeah, I think they took this from a 13 font to about a 9, I believe. Jackasses. 7:43 the time. Our little radio show coming at you during the Fuzzy's Taco Shop cleanup hour. Fuzzy's opens in 17 minutes, and I know some of you are going to get fuzzy. It's 8 o'clock, and hey. That's fine. Free country, man. I don't care what you do behind your closed doors. But when you're doing it in the parking lot, like Ernie did the other day, he got fuzzy in the parking lot. 8 o'clock, he's there getting his tacos on and eating in the parking lot. Good for you, Ernie. Didn't see you bringing you out our way. Fuzzy's opens in 16 minutes. Medicine Man. No, you don't. Yeah, we're down a man. And Hester eats 4 of them. So Medicine Man text in, why didn't they just fire Brian Kelly for cause? Well, I don't think wins and losses constitutes for cause. Right, and you were winning. And so I don't know what the for cause would be. I get what you're saying, Medicine Man. Like if you could find a reason, and, you know, the rumor mill has the whole morality thing that people are, he violated the morality clause. Well, if he did, LSU would have already invoked it. And they'd have said, dude, you can sue us all you want, but do you want us to air the dirty laundry? Because I don't know if you know this, but Glenn Fry once sang about it. No, not Glenn Fry. Who was it? Don Henley. Same group. Don Henley once talked about dirty laundry, and it's one of the worst songs of all time. Do you want us to air that? Ernie says, or, okay, pay him $100 a year or give him pennies on his lawn. Ernie wants to take this to a pettiness beyond imagination. 903 text in, only in Louisiana where the best college football job is also the worst college football job in America. That's not horribly untrue. Bucko says, it's because, as far as fire him for cause, it's because I don't like him. Yeah, I don't know if that works. Bucko, that sounds good. Why'd you fire him? We fired him for cause. What's the cause? Cause I don't like him. He's weird. He's not one of us. One of us. One of us. Your LSU update brought to you by KB, Kevin Bryant and Company, River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery. Our show also is brought to you by Skid & Dent. We'll begin our Skid & Dent Coaches Conversations, the playoff edition, tomorrow. And for those teams that did not make the postseason, we'll have our wrap-up session. And that's all going on tomorrow, starting with our Skid & Dent Coaches Conversations. They're open today, folks. 10 o'clock this morning. I don't know about you hoi polloi, that are out there, boogieing on the dock at Bushwood. While us caddies are sitting there just waiting for our one day in the pool. But the hoi polloi can go into the big box store and say, oh, that washing machine's $1,200. Yes, I'll take 3 of them. I'll only use 1, but I'll put 2 in storage so the riffraff can't have it either. And that's fine. Go ahead and knock yourself out. Spend $3,600 on a washer and dryer. What do I care? But for us, common people, as William Shatner once sang, common people, look it up. It's well worth 5 minutes of your time to listen to William Shatner singing, air quote, common people. For the common man and woman, you're like, a washing machine, I don't care what the hell it looks like. If I put dirty socks in there, they come out of it clean. If I put a shirt in there with gravy on it, I have a lot of gravy incidents, Raj. I guess that's kind of become obvious. If I put a shirt in there with gravy on it, does it come out with the gravy off? Yeah. I do. My washing machine, Rogers, literally has a gravy off button. Skid & Dent. Why in the world would you pay retail? Retail is for suckers. Save money because it's got a scratch on it. Because it's got a small smidge of a blemish. Skid & Dent. It's Skid & Dent, and I help. Why would you go to Went and spend too much money at the big box store when you can go to Skid & Dent and check out their Facebook page as well? Skid & Dent, factory outlet, appliances and furniture, 814 Shreveport Barksdale. They open at 10 o'clock this morning. More texts coming in. We'll get to them. Hang tight. We're fighting at 2/3 of our weight here. We're like 300, Raj. And here comes Sparta. It's just you and me, Raj. And you're over there cracking open another beer, and so it's basically me while you're over there yelling at your neighbor. And we'll be back right after this.
East Texas is transformed into a magical trail of twinkling lights, a festive experience like none other. Piney Park Trail of Lights. Head to seizethedeal.com where you can purchase Piney Park tickets for half off. That's Piney Park tickets for only $10 while supplies last on seizethedeal.com. Travel through majestically lit forests, bounce around in Piney Pounce, and slide down the 100-foot slide of Piney Peak, Piney Park Trail of Lights in Marshall. Buy your tickets now, half off, at seizethedeal.com.
There are so many reasons to shop at Chevyland. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the area, for Pete's sake. But I'm just telling you right now, if you're in the market for a Silverado, that's the place to be. The Silverado LTZ that I'm driving around has everything that I'm looking for. Look, I'm getting older. Maybe I don't drive as well as I used to, which is why I love the front and rear parking sensors, the surround view camera system, all right there in that Silverado LTZ from Chevyland. 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport. Together, let's drive.
Macy's Veterans Day sale is one of your best chances to save big on furniture and mattresses. That's because you'll find great deals on our best sellers, like our exclusive Radley 5-piece sectional, delivered to any room in your home with white glove delivery for $25.98. And so many top brand mattresses at 20 to 60% off, plus an extra 20% off closeouts. So come in, try it all out, and get an incredible deal today at Macy's Veterans Day sale. Savings off select styles, exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for sports.
Welcome back, everybody. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers Hambone Hampton. We're down Hester. We're down a man. And some call him, I wouldn't call Hester the backbone of our show, Raj. He's more of like the,
maybe the fifth vertebrae.
Yeah, like he's like C4.
Yeah,
he's a C4,
right in that area.
Right.
Yeah,
and some would say even like maybe, like a skin tag of the show. Now we hope he's feeling better. Love my Hester, good dude, works his tail off. You're lucky to have him, Providence Classical Academy. That's me saying this, not Hester. Our show presented by Alsco.com. Alsco, 318-636-0404. Uniforms, linens, facility care, real linen napkins. John Cena! Ba-da-ba. Rogers, are we still doing this show that's being broadcast, or is this just you and me talking in the studio to ourselves?
I'm not really sure, to be honest with you.
Our cleanup hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. 9 minutes until they open. I cannot believe that you guys get a chance, 9 minutes to get Fuzzy's Tacos. And Rogers and I are looking at stale paydays in the vending machine.
Yeah, 9 minutes seems so far away from here. That's just until they open. That's not even mean us getting there.
No.
Or somebody getting here.
The only way we're being able to get there in 9 minutes is if the State Fair helicopter picks us up.
And I'm not getting home.
I'm not getting home.
No offense.
No. The fact that the pilot's name is Rusty Bucket, I'm like, I don't know if I want to fly a Rusty Bucket.
And they have a tethered rope to the bottom of it.
Yeah,
I don't know about that.
And that the blades are made of Mylar. I'm like, I don't know if this is going to work.
Hell, I won't even get in one of those hot air balloons that is tethered to the ground.
No,
because I'm gonna be in the one.
I'm
gonna be in the one that the rope pops from the ground.
Yep. You know what they say? Rogers, one of the great philosophers of the 20th century.
Okay.
He's up there with Socrates and Plato and all those guys.
Yes.
The great Casey Kasem said, keep your feet on the ground and keep reaching for the stars.
Oh, man, that's beautiful.
He never said hop in a balloon.
No.
He never said get in a Rusty
Bucket.
Bucket.
You may float away and drop out of the bottom of the wicker basket.
And down here, Rogers, we all float.
Yes.
Ciara says, the cause LSU wants to use to fire him is from a gift from the office, Michael Scott. It's because I hate him. On why he was firing his HR manager. Dave's not here because legally could be we gave players more NIL, best facilities, and gave BK more than the programs that beat him. There's your cause. Medicine Man. If you have 6 years, just pay him nothing for 5 years, 364 days, and hope he's not around to collect it. Wow. Holy moly. Now, that may be the darkest way to pay a coach's buyout I've ever heard. All right, we'll pay you on the 2030 or 2031, December 31st, 2031, but only if you're alive. I hope you die.
You know, that's a hell of a tradition to throw a big party for you on the one day they know you can't come.
Exactly. No doubt about it. Whew. 7:54 the time. Raj, speaking of LSU again, real quick. Defense did play lights out and inspired football. Harold Perkins looked fantastic.
And still missing our
the heart and soul
heart
of the
and
defense.
soul. That
I thought
makes a
Jack
difference.
Pyburn played his best game.
Yeah.
At least I heard his name mentioned more often Saturday night than we have in any other game, it feels like, all season long. I thought they did a good job getting pressure. They did an outstanding job stopping the run. Just don't have any offense.
Yeah.
And that offensive line is terrible. It is what it is.
I mean, that's been the consistency all year long, and that's the reason for all your troubles. We say the trenches is where it's won and lost, and this is a season offensively that all we have to do is circle this year and always go back to it. Last year, you have a number 1 top draft pick playing that left tackle. There's a reason nobody touched Nussmeier. We just don't have that now.
Right.
They're young and inexperienced, and they got to gain and grow and mature, and it just doesn't happen overnight. These, again, are young men.
Yeah.
There's some that are still teenagers.
Yeah,
There's
get it.
ager after their age.
Rogers, here's another thing that bothered me about the LSU game. Look, Bauer, Sharp, his fumble, 99% of ball carriers fumble on that play. He's got the ball in his left arm, and he's running down the field, makes the catch, getting a first down, and he's looking at the defender coming to his right or whichever. Can't remember if I was watching him in a mirror or not. But whatever arm it was, the defender came out from on his blind side and just literally did the punch right where he had the ball. And I don't care if you carry it like Jacob says, carry it the way that they do nowadays, the high and tight. He was carrying it more the traditional way that you and I were taught, like hugging against your right breast, your left breast,
and use your body to
your elbow to kind of tuck it in. But you can't tuck your elbow all the way in because you got padding and all that good stuff on. And that little gap right there is where Sharp had it. And it was just it was perfect, a perfect punch out. And that was one turnover. But it didn't help that Trey'Dez Green, in a situation, Raj, where it was still kind of like, all right, I think it was 17-9 when Trey'Dez Green dropped the pass. Rogers, if he catches that pass on a seam route, that's maybe a touchdown. And at least going to be 30, 40 yards. And then there was so he just flat out dropped it. And that was on him, and that was from Van Buren. There was also a time when they tried to throw the ball to Trey'Dez Green in the end zone. And I don't understand, Roger, sometimes when you've got a guy like Trey'Dez who also plays LSU hoops, the kid's a freak athlete. Ruston Bearcat fans said, oh, he's the Ahmad Hudson of LSU, the kid that they have at Ruston, who's also one of the top basketball and football prospects in the state. When you're that size and have that kind of leaping ability, you got to use those gifts to your advantage. A fade route is not to your advantage with a guy like Trey'Dez Green to me. You remember back when Jimmy Graham and Drew Brees, Rogers, it would be a route that was similar to a fade route, but more often than not, it was the halfway back shoulder throw fade route, where it wasn't completely behind him where he had to stop. It was a throw it at the peak of where the route, if the route is going to end 3 yards from the end line in the end zone. Say you're on the 7-yard line. Graham would run 5 yards deep in the end zone, and the ball would be 9.5 feet in the air, perfectly thrown by Drew, and Graham wouldn't have to try to turn his body. It would be just go up. He'd use his body to shield the defender. He'd go up and grab the rebound. About 9.5, 10 feet in the air, because he has that leaping ability. And it wasn't the fade route where you had to outrun the cornerback to the back of the end zone. It has to be perfectly dropped in, and you got to make sure you get your feet in there. When you got a kid like Jimmy Graham or Jeremy Shockey back in the day as well, or in this instance, Trey'Dez Green, that's the route you run. And so when they threw the fade route to him, I'm like, what are you doing? That's the only way that a cornerback can stop Trey'Dez Green from getting the ball, because on a fade route, the defender, all he has to do is when the ball's thrown that deep, dude, if the defender is between the receiver and the back of the end zone, the receiver has to commit offensive pass interference to get to a fade route sometimes. You got to fight through the defender to get it. If the defender is just kind of blocking off like you're trying to hold, block off, block out for a rebound, but still maintaining his momentum, no one can catch a pass like that. When you got Trey'Dez Green, dude, run him 5 yards deep in the end zone and have him just jump. It's not going to be your back shoulder. Turn, stop, pivot, the way that, Roger, we used to talk about Jason Witten all the time. Turn, present that number to your quarterback's chest. Throw to those numbers. Shield, you got the defender behind you, except with Trey'Dez, as soon as he gets to his spot and turns and leaps, that ball should be 9.5 feet in the air to where 14 goes up, bam, catches it. Nothing can be done about it. It's like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar skyhook. It's like the dream shake. It's like Jordan after he breaks the ankles at the elbow going to the cup. No one's going to do anything about it. Wembanyama gets the ball down low. No one's going to do anything about it. Trey'Dez Green gets in that position. You can't stop him unless he drops it. And so it was one of those things where, like, golly, geez, they had some opportunities. They weren't going to beat Alabama, I don't think, Roger, even if Trey'Dez catches it. They're not going to win even if Nussmeier doesn't get sacked on third down. They're not going to win it if they put in Van Buren earlier or whatever. There's just not enough firepower on that offensive line to keep LSU in these games. But, dude, come up with plays that are successful. And I've watched the game with some friends, and I told them this looks like a game that is being called by a team that is coached by the running backs coach, and the play calls are being called by the running game coordinator. They didn't know what to do with their hands. They didn't know. I don't know how to throw. I don't know what pass to call for this. Well, Alex, you're the tight ends coach. You know what you got in Trey'Dez Green. Have him do the Jeremy Witten 5-yard turnaround and just all day long until they stop it. Have him line up on the outside and do a slant route. Who's going to get in front of that son of a gun? I don't know. It was frustrating because they were so anemic offensively. I don't get it. Yell at clouds the next day. Why are taxes so high? By the way, here's some good news. Fuzzy's Taco Shop is open right now. They're open right now. They've got breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos ready for you ASAP Rocky right now. Get you some. 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. You know what they say, Raj? Want some, get some, right? Full eyes, clear heart. Or clear eyes, full heart. What is it? Clear. Give me someone while I'm waiting. What is it? Yeah. Clear eyes, full heart. Yeah. Texas forever. Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Ready to rock your world. 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. We move into the Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Home Center. Our show presented by Alsco and Alsco.com. Thanks to Chasing Aces, chasingaces.golf. Book your bay at Chasing Aces today. They have revamped their putting zone to make it a little easier to get a hole-in-one. I was not for this, Rogers. No one calls me. I would have voted nay if John Dudley and Mitten and Martinez had called and said, hey, Fletcher, what do you think about the putting zone? I love it. I love the fact that if I ever get a hole-in-one on any of those holes, it's an accomplishment. Now it's going to be like, I do it all the time. No, it's actually still very hard. But they made it easier, I think, on the first two holes so that you don't get frustrated. So they made it a little more accessible for everyone to be able to score a little bit better on the putting zone. So good for them. Good for them. And the driving bays are outstanding. So many games you can play. And remember, they've got couches, they've got TVs, they've got a wait staff that'll bring you incredible food right there while you're hitting balls all over the place. The par 3 course is open. It is so much fun. Big money to be had. Our buddy Trey won, was it $2,100 for hitting a hole-in-one? Raj, wasn't it like that? And, of course, it also benefits local charities. They're doing things so right at Chasing Aces. If you have not been yet, woo, what you waiting on? God, it's fun. and they do it right. John Dudley's a good dude, and we've been so happy to be a part of, well, not a part, be kind of along for the ride from the whole process of him being turned down over 50 times for the financing to where they are right now. ChasingAces.golf, right there next to Margaritaville in Bossier City. And we'll be back with more of the show, brought to you by Alsco, right after this. The Cleanup Hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City.
Hey, y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvamine Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at RejuvaMeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com.
If you enjoy Tech Tuesdays, you can thank Spell Brothers Lumber for bringing it to you every single week. Spell Brothers Lumber with Tech alum John Salmons at the helm, located at 1321 Martin Lane in Bossier City. 318-747-1194. From lumber and hardware to window insulation and so much more, your local lumber folks at Spell Brothers Lumber are here to guide you through the process. 318-747-1194. SpellBrosLumber.com.
Morse & DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
The Power Hour of the Tim Fletcher Show is brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. We don't know where Donnie goes, where he's traveling next, but we do know this. When you go to 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, you're going to get a fair, square deal on a beautiful manufactured home.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Your home for LSU sports, a Town Square Media station.
Hey now, welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers, Hambone, Hampton. It's 6 minutes after the hour of 8 o'clock, which makes it 54 minutes until the next hour. We are, I can't do any more than that. I think I just got a headache doing that. Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Home Center, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, where Donnie Brewer is there to help you help themselves to get a great deal on a beautiful manufactured home. Our show also presented by Alsco. Facility care, washroom supplies, floor care, wet mops, and floor mats on the morning show over on KVKI, I believe. Alsco, 318-636-0404. And Rod's got a couple of texts to get to here on our Live Oak Environmental text line. Bubba, look at the top 10 highest paid college football coaches of 2025, and you will find all but 2 of them are having seasons worthy of the income possibly. The exceptions would be Brian Kelly and Bill Belichick. So, in other words, some programs are getting what they paid for. And that's good for them. Yeah, I guess that is probably about right, isn't it? Sarkisian has kind of got Texas back in the fold. DeBoer, Kiffin, Lanning, Ryan Day, heck, McGuire, Texas Tech. Yeah, I get it. I tell you who's not, though. Florida State's not getting what they need from Norvell, and certainly LSU didn't. Yeah. Wisconsin not firing Fickle was the only reason they didn't, because they knew they wouldn't be able to get a coach better than him in this environment. And that's probably the thing that might save Norvell his job. Plus, I think his buyout maybe even is higher than Brian Kelly's. But that might save him as well. OU Care says at 7:54, that's some serious bitterness. Where was that at? What was that in reference to? I forget OU Cares. The bitterness. I forget. Here's Hester's favorite part again. I'm talking while I text. I forgot what we talked about. I said anoint. I'm still saying anoint. Nope, not a boy. We talked about when you sent that, nope, not THSTB, that text. Send. Ernie said he knows some people that can deliver the pennies in the yard. That sound like a country song. I knew a girl named Penny back in the day. She was my buddy Brian Smith's sister, Penny. And then we knew a Penny at LU. She was a Zeta, Penny Bates. Yeah, very nice girl. She was Aopire. What sorority was she in? Raj, tell me when we're back from the commercial break so I can start doing the show again. Are we back? We're back. Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers, Hambone, Hampton. Time now for an SEC update. It's brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo knows that the person you are today on November 10th, 2025 is by far the best person equipped to handle a plan to take care of you in the future. And Bo and just about anybody else can tell you, nobody cares as much about who and what your situation is going to be like in the future than who you are, right? Like your brothers, your sister, your spouse, your parents, your kids. As much as they love you, they don't have as much of a vested interest in taking care of yourself as you do. And one of the best ways to take care of that is to come up with a great investment game plan for down the road. And that's where our buddy Bo Harris steps in. He would love to have a cup of coffee with you. 318-670-3101. Bringing you this SEC update. All right, so the college football season is starting to really fine-tune its picture here, Raj. The Big Ten is pretty much guaranteed 3 teams, right, in the playoffs: Ohio State, Indiana, Oregon. Those look like locks. Who was I saying? It might have been the Golf Boys yesterday, or it might have been Rabuche Saturday night. Somebody. USC and Michigan. Rogers, I didn't think about those dudes from week 2 until Saturday night. I was like, what? They're both 7-2? They're basically the Oklahoma and the Vanderbilt of the Big Ten in Texas. Like, crud. If they win out, they may fight their way into the playoffs. As far as the SEC, it was a big week for A&M. You know, it really was. I just think that A&M, Alabama, Georgia, Ole Miss, all of them won by double figures. That's the number 3, 4, 5, and 6 team, right, in the playoffs? All of them won by double figures. Missouri, out. They're eliminated with the loss to A&M. Plus, they don't have a quarterback, so we know they're gone. Vanderbilt, thanks to Diego Pavia, they're right there. As a matter of fact, now we were talking about the playoff percentage chances with ESPN's S&P works there from Bill Connolly. The guys over at The Athletic, Austin Mock, has Vanderbilt as the 5th team, Rogers, with the highest percentage chance to get in the playoffs. A&M with over 99% chance, Ole Miss 97, Georgia 96, Alabama 90%. He has Vanderbilt with a 28% chance. So, there you go. And oh, by the way, it sure looks like the Big 12 has a title contender in Texas Tech. They may not get very many other teams in there, and that their best bet right now is probably Utah, who lost to BYU, who just lost to Texas Tech, so that would not be the best look if Utah gets in and somebody else doesn't. And so the Big 12 may be the only one getting in, but they look like a unit. That Rodriguez kid for Texas Tech, Raj, he might be the best player in college football, and he plays on defense. And it would not be a surprise to me if you see that sucker be the first or second player taken in the old NFL draft, you know. But as far as the SEC is concerned, a banner weekend for the Big Four. They all won by double digits and all pretty much locked up their playoff spots. Looking ahead to this weekend in college football in the SEC, another big weekend. A&M entertains South Carolina. That looks like a game, Rogers, there's no way they could lose, right? And I don't think they will. Any chance. They'll be favored by probably 13.5, 15.5 points. LSU trying to become bowl eligible, 11:45 kicking against Arkansas. By the way, the Aggies and Gamecocks, Fighting Chickens, play at 11 o'clock. Kentucky can get to 5-5 with a win over Tennessee Tech. Tennessee Tech, by the way, in FCS play, they're 10-0. 10-0. So this is not one of those things where you can just roll your helmet out there in that beautiful blue that Kentucky wears, by the way. The big game on ABC in the afternoon this Saturday is number 4 Alabama in a monumental game for Oklahoma, Raj. 12th ranked Oklahoma comes in. Well, they're 12th in the playoff rankings. Remember that. But they can't be in the playoffs because you have to have a group of 4 in the conference champion. So the ACC, who had Virginia ranked 14th, I believe, in the initial playoff rankings, they would be in the top 12, and whoever the group of 5 best team conference champ will also be in there. So Oklahoma needs a win. They can't lose. They can't lose another game. And they're going to get an Alabama squad that's feeling pretty froggy right now. New Mexico State and Tennessee play at 3:15 in a game that will draw flies. At 6 o'clock on ESPN, Florida and Ole Miss. Again, Rogers, that feels a whole lot like South Carolina going to A&M. Florida at Ole Miss does not scare me at all if I'm Ole Miss. Just go out there and play your game and beat them up 21 and move on to the next one. And Ole Miss, with a win over Florida, they're guarantee you they become an over 99% chance to make the postseason. The biggie on Saturday night, Raj, is in Athens, GA, between the hedges. Number 11 Texas in a playoff game for the Longhorns at Georgia, the number 5 team in the playoff rankings. So you've got Oklahoma at number 4 Alabama, Texas at number 5 Georgia, both of the old Big 12 Red River Rivalry shootout members each have playoff games this week. Oklahoma and Texas have to win in order to make their next game significant. And wrapping things up on Saturday in the SEC, Mississippi State and Missouri. Come on, Bulldogs. How about it? Go ahead, and this is a golden opportunity for Mississippi State to win this game, if you ask me. Missouri, with the true freshman quarterback, they just do not look anything like the same team they did when Fibula, or whatever his name is. What's his name? Rhymes with Fibula. Tribula? Bibula? Yeah. Pribula. When he was quarterback. And that's your SEC update. It's been a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo knows dough. Bo would love to have a cup of coffee with you to discuss your investment game plan. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner, CFP, certified investment management analyst, SEMA, financial advisor. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN. Member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservative Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Get in touch with Bo, 318-670-3101, BoHarrisWM.com. Located at 223 Fannin in downtown Shreveport. Raj from the Live Oak Environmental text line. Bubba says, somebody please get Fletcher an iPad with the extra large keyboard. I've got these Neanderthal fingers, and so they don't always hit the right pad at the letter at the right time. 318, I don't know if you saw the IU Penn State game, but that Mendoza kid is pretty salty. Raj, let's talk about that when we come back. Quarterbacks, Saints.
Okay,
Mendoza.
I was going to bring that up for a different reason.
Right, same here. All right, one more fist bump. Didn't I see that Norvell got the axe this morning? What? Let's see here, Mike Norvell. What? No, that was a fake account. Yeah. Now, this does say here, one tweet here, football with Mike Norvell is like spending time with your ex-wife and her mom. Interesting. I just want to make sure, Raj. Yeah, no. Right. There's no, not yet. Mike Norvell has not been fired. I think his buyout is like the gross domestic product of Venezuela. Mike Norvell buyout. His buyout would be $58.4 million if he's fired after this season. Yeah. If they fire him next year, it's 45.6. So you got 58.4 million laying around. Yeah. So no, you did not see that Norvell got fired this morning. He's still alive. Still alive. 9:03. Only in Louisiana where the best. The penny in the yard guy sounds like he knows where the best gabagool is. MLB TV says, do you think with legalized gambling and all the shenanigans and fraud happening, the weird games like the Dolphins beating the Bills need more scrutiny? Even the Panthers yesterday. What was that? And Norvell is 44? I think so. Norvell was king of the hill 9 weeks ago, Draco says. Yeah, when he beat Alabama. Almost had columnists at Alabama calling for DeBoer's head. Ooh, DeBoer's head. That's a meat. It's a meat product. Yes. Speaking of meat, Raj, honey baked ham. Who? Da da da. My God, that's honey baked ham's music. It's the holidays. That is absolutely honey baked ham's music. HoneyBakedShreveport.com. That's the way to go, buddy. Go to HoneyBakedShreveport.com. Place your order. Pick the day and time you're going to pick up that incredible, juicy, succulent ham that has been slow roasted for over 24 hours. Only 1 in 10 hams is good enough to be a honey-baked ham. It's the creme de la creme, the ham de la ham. No. Substitution, mass confusion, clouds inside my head. Sorry, Raj. That was unnecessary. Honey baked ham. Honey baked Shreveport. Boys and girls, it is absolutely not only the highest quality hams, slow smoked over a blend of hardwood chips for 22 to 24 hours, the leanest, most flavorful ham on the market, always moist and tender like Roger's heart, with no added water or juices. All their meats at Honey Baked Ham are gluten-free, so gluten, get on out. You ain't got no business being around here. And that signature sweet, crunchy glaze can only be found at Honey Baked Ham. Spiral sliced, fully cooked, ready to serve means not only putting the best tasting ham on the table, it also takes one more thing off your holiday to-do list. All you got to do is unwrap the foil and serve it. Whoop, whoop. Don't forget the turkey breast, too. You know, people said I have turkey breast, Roger. HoneyBakedShreveport.com. HoneyBakedShreveport.com. Place your order and be done with it. And they're good people. Bill and Cindy Smith are good as gold. Let me see that Tootsie Roll. Honey Baked Shreveport, Southfield Shopping Center in Shreveport. Hambone and I'll be back with more of the Brewer Home Center Power Hour right after these commercials.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, supporting the Tim Fletcher Show. You know, he loves naming his homes after movies, characters, and all that good stuff, Hester. What's the next one you think Donnie Brewer should be investing in?
The roles of John Candy.
So, John Candy movies. Little Uncle Buck.
Yes.
What else you got?
How about Summer Rental?
Ooh, perfect for the deer camp, though. Whatever camp it is you have, get the summer rental at Brewer Quality Homes.
The Home Alone.
Oh.
Gus Polinski. Polka, polka, polka.
Do the polka, polka, polka all the way down to 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Get on a plane, a train, or an automobile and get your Brewer Quality home right now.
Just don't name one after Barf.
In studio with Josh Bro from Port City Power Wash, one of our 1130 The Tiger industry aces. Josh, explain to us what can be power washed.
Just about anything exterior. So we do from decks to fences to roofs to houses, brick houses, vinyl houses, driveways, walkways, storefronts. We do a lot of commercial stuff. So you got dumpster pads, walkways in front of businesses, anything like that.
Josh, what's the most common thing you see in our area that needs to be power washed?
Oh, man, just around here, honestly, roofs. I think there's a misconception around here that, well, it's not a misconception, but you're not supposed to power wash or pressure wash a roof, and that is true. What we do is soft wash. It's actually recommended and approved by all the roofing associations. Extends the life, but if you drive around the neighborhoods, and I'm sure everybody's seen them, just the black streaks on the roofs, just about every neighborhood I drive through.
Port City Power Wash, your expert in residential and commercial power washing. Learn more about this industry ace at portcitywash.com.
You know, Roger, some people say I'm a ham.
Oh, a big old ham.
Oh, thank you, sir. When it comes to big old hams, you and I know there's really only one place to go.
Big old honey baked ham.
You got that right. Honey baked ham, whether it's July 4th, whether it's Labor Day, whether it's Thursday. I'll take a ham from Honey Baked Ham.
Honey, please get me a honey baked ham.
Southfield Shopping Center in Shreveport.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Raj, if I'm ever feeling down, if I'm ever feeling sad, all I have to do is go to YouTube and search John Cena prank call. Yeah. That's all I need. If you ever need a pick-me-up, John Cena prank call is well worth it. And I don't really need a pick-me-up today. I just wanted to hear it because Rogers and I, not John Cena, but Rogers, who is our John Cena.
Okay, here we go.
Take care of it for us. By the way, we're in the Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Home Center, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Our show also presented by Alsco and Alsco.com. When it comes to your washroom supplies, uniforms, and more, they're the ones that take care of it for you. And thanks as well to our buddies over at Bowman Asphalt. Ryan Bowman, Mr. Big. If you can walk on it, park on it, build on it, or drive over it, Bowman Asphalt can take care of it for you. 318-742-8100, bowmanasphalt.biz. No job too big, no job too small. I'm going to challenge Ryan Bowman. I think I have a job that might be too small for him. I need like this much concrete poured on a little thing that holds a pole on my bay window there in the front of the house. It'd be like a quarter cup of concrete. I could, but I want to do it right, and I know that Bowman would do it right, you know? And I want Ryan to come out and give me an estimate. That's going to be about $7.28. Now, the labor is going to be another $150. BowmanAsphalt.biz. The John Cena of concreting. $8:26 the time. Raj, Saints yesterday looked like a football team. You know what I mean?
Yes, they did.
They looked like they knew what they were doing. They looked fantastic. Those uniforms.
And we always say, you look good.
Look good, play good.
Feel good, you play good.
And by golly, the ice whites with the gold jersey, gold numbers, and the white helmets with the gold face mask. Rogers, I don't understand. This is not that hard. And this is, coming from years of watching Project Runway, so I'm kind of a fashionista.
Oh, absolutely. Bow, bow, bow.
Tim Gunn is my fashion spirit animal, and Heidi's something else to me. But
okay.
We don't get crazy. No one needs to know that stuff. No. The relationship I have with Heidi.
What was it? Couldn't turn left.
When she had to turn to me after she and Seal broke up, I provided a comforting shoulder to cry on. Anywho, those uniforms were nice. Why can't they have that exact uniform, Roger? Same jersey, except where it's white, make it black. That's what they used to have. That gold was the gold in their numbers and their letters and their stripes, and the helmet used to be that gold. It's now khaki. His toes are so nasty. That helmet is so khaki. They look great.
No,
and when I saw them come out in those unis, Roger, I was like, okay. I think these boys might mean business today. That defense was awesome.
And it was funny because before that I saw one of the national shows because I was up here, and it's one of the little girls I like, but it's on the betting thing, and hey, bet this parlay. And so I don't really care for all that. So they got to the Saints, and she was showing the over and under, and then she just all of a sudden she goes, this Saints defense is just so bad. And just the way she said it, I went, man.
Was that Mackenzie Brooks
yes.
on CBS?
Yes. Yes, and I think she's cute as a bug.
Oh, she's cute as you can be.
And she's got a good voice, and she knows what
she
she's
knows what
talking
she's
about.
but
But she just all of a sudden gave an opinion of this Saints defense is just so bad. And I'm like, have you looked at the offense? The defense is what's kept us in most games and kept us with a chance to win a couple more games. Just the way she said it, I went, come on, man. And then look who showed up yesterday, the veterans. Cam, DeMario, Alante played a great game. You know, Kool-Aid, you didn't really, oh, God, where are the balloons? Where are the floating tacos that he's looking at? They're at Fuzzy's if you need some good floating tacos. So I right then I went, oh, come on, man. I said, nationally, they're just so dismissive, like these guys don't even deserve to have an NFL uniform on. And that chaps my butt so much because they wouldn't be in the league if they were at least not good enough to be in the league. There's different levels of talent, and when those get hurt, yeah, you see the drop-off. But there's a reason they're still in the league, and there's only so many people in the league. So I was glad they showed up the way they did to win a division game on the road against a longtime foe, and they did it. They went out and won that game. And also, you got to remember that first touchdown shouldn't have really happened. That stupid Justin Reed with the finger on the face mask when DeMario intercepted it to stop that 12-play drive, that opening drive, because I was like, man, this is going to be a long day.
Right.
So I was like, all right, there we go. We got your own turnover.
The block kick, when we blocked the kick and didn't get possession of it.
Yes.
And they tried to explain it so many ways. I know the whole thing, Rodgers, block it, get away from it.
Yeah.
But when it lands right there in a pile of people, how do you get away from it?
Because you don't. We saw how the ball jumped on that onside kick you talked about.
Right.
That ball does crazy things anyway.
And so as soon as that happened, I'm like, this is how the Saints are going to lose this game.
Yeah.
They blocked a kick and lose possession.
Yeah.
And the ball was like a half-yard advance past the line of scrimmage. I was like, and as you know, Rodgers, what they did right after that, created their own turnover.
Yep.
Pete Warner seemed like he was everywhere yesterday.
He had the best game so far this year for him.
Taylor had his best game that he's had all year long.
And I know you've been on him, and we thought he was going to be trade bait. Hey, one of those, hey, let's make him somebody else's problem.
He played, and Olave on offense had his best game.
Dude, he kept coming back after hurting that ankle.
Yep.
I am so impressed with his want to.
He lost his buddy Rashid Shaheed in the trade deadline.
Which everybody kind of understood because
Right.
you knew you needed to get some draft picks coming in.
Right.
So, but the guys that stepped up behind him, Neal at running back, hard little running game yesterday. I still wish they would stop giving Kamara the ball up the damn middle.
I don't get it.
He's got too much
the
skill.
one time that I'm glad they did is on the fourth down play when he was able to get the first
because
down.
he's going to get at least one.
He's going to figure out a way to get 1 yard.
Yes. But other than that, use Neal, use Taysom up the middle to take those big old hits from those big old boys. But Juwan Johnson, another great game. Just every now and then he has that, he almost fumbled moment, or he drops a catch he should have. But other than that, Juwan Johnson has been a really good high-level tight end for the Saints this year. But I think we knew when the season started.
Go on.
Spencer was the outright starter. Even Jacob. When you see him, you see who the team is migrating to.
But
I think Tyler has had half the season to sit, learn, watch, be coached by Kellen. And you saw what he did. He didn't have a bad first game.
No, he didn't.
They just not good on.
Here's the thing, right? His first game looked like he put up numbers that Rattler put up.
Yes.
He was not a drop-off from
But
Rattler.
it didn't look like he was having to scramble to get those numbers.
It looked like, to me, it was just a taller version of Spencer Rattler.
Yes.
Did okay. Didn't do anything that was
But
super exciting. Yesterday,
he showed some skills. In the pocket, his footwork to avoid the sack.
That was a little surprising, Rod.
More than,
For a guy that's 6'5" and 230 pounds,
he just
doesn't
enough.
look as mobile as he is.
I mean, Rattler, you knew he could, 8 yards around and back at 10 again. This, he did 2 steps here, 1 up, 1 over, 1 back, get rid of it high, take the hit. I was very impressed.
The greatest drawback passers, I'm looking at one here, even though he got sacked in the end zone for this. Aaron Rodgers in his heyday. Russell Wilson in his heyday.
Just that one.
Drew in his heyday. Being able to just move in a phone booth area.
Yes.
Just to be able to move around enough to where, okay, that guy's coming to hit me, but if I step up here a little bit, he's only going to get a hand on my flank, and that's about it.
And I've still
got
got
stop
enough,
back here,
yes.
then this guy's going to fall at my feet, and I can still back up and step into
I've got enough arm strength.
Right.
I'm tall enough to get it out.
And
Whereas Spencer,
he mastered that. Yeah,
once you had him,
he was gone.
He had to pull the ball down and run, or he's getting sacked.
Yep.
With Tyler, you kind of felt, okay, he got it. Oh, he
Right.
slapped him. He stepped. And you knew he's got the big arm, and he's got the rock up here ready to go.
Ready to deliver.
It was very impressive.
The boys over at New Orleans.football. I don't know if this is Underhill or Nick today. And again, if you're a Saints fan, if you're not subscribing to New Orleans.football, I suggest you do so. It's not much. I think it's like $9.99 for a year or something like that. And it's well worth it. They get really good stuff. Of course, Times Picayune does a great job as well. But as far as film study and stuff, Underhill brings up that Shuck was 5 for 8 for 99 yards and 1 touchdown when he was under pressure. That's the best that any of the Saints have looked in a while in that situation. And as he says, not bad for a guy whose biggest knock on him was that he got jittery when things got messy on him in the pocket in college. Look, he made another nice thing about him, his deep throw to Olave was on the right side. 62-yard touchdown pass. It was a deep throw to the right side. Right-handed quarterback, if I'm throwing deep verticals, I want to go that way anyway. It's the stronger side. Over the middle, intermediate passing, 4 for 5, 40 yards. Short left, from the line of scrimmage to 10 yards out, 4 for 6, 15 yards. Medium, deep left, 4 for 5, 114 yards. In other words, he got back, was able to drop back, Raj, and 5 times that he stopped, pivoted, finds his guy over here delivering the ball 10 to 20 yards down the field, 4 for 5 for 115 yards.
And for that piecemeal offensive line, for him to have that much time, I was very surprised.
Same here.
Together, they worked as a cohesive unit and functioned properly. It was strange to see.
They were taking on a Carolina team that had everything to play for.
Oh!
Had a 4-game winning streak.
You just come off upsetting what, Green Bay was?
With Tampa Bay losing, you know that they were in. There was a dogfight. You knew that if I was a Panther fan, I'm like, dude, the Patriots are playing lights out. They may be able to beat those guys. We got a chance to
just get a game behind.
We could be a game within first place in the NFC South.
And
we're playing the Saints
at home,
a one-win
Saints.
Saints.
Yep.
So Carolina had everything to play for, and the Saints outplayed them in special teams, outplayed them on the defensive line, the offensive line, the mid-level of the defense,
they really
the back
did.
half of the defense, quarterback play, running backs were better, and the receiving core is better. The Saints outplayed the Panthers on the road. That's by far the best game the Saints have played all year.
Win, division. And no, this is something.
And this was the best game Kellen had, too.
Dude,
there was a couple of things that I was yelling at him about.
Dude, my mouth right there was, I was just fixing to say, Kellen's getting more at ease with being the head coach and play caller.
Right.
He seems to be still, like you said.
There's a couple of decisions like, come on, man, don't call a timeout there.
Yes.
Or why are we going for it here?
Yes.
That kind of stuff.
Yes.
He's going to
God, I
frustrate
can't believe
us.
you just said that because that was the next thing out of my mouth was, hey, I'm feeling more comfortable with Kellen. Seems like he's learning how to be a coordinator and head coach. You got to remember, he's in a learning curve too. He's just been a coordinator, which all you have to do is concentrate on the offense and your quarterback. Now he's having to learn your hand has to be on the entire organization, and your name and blueprint has to be. So he's learning too. And the fact that we are seeing some growth and progress, I'm feeling more optimistic. Yeah, 2-8. But I don't feel like it's a 2-8 that, every game they've lost 37-10. And because we know there's 2 or 3 other games they should have won. Mm-hmm. And Juwan Johnson holds on to 2 passes in 2 different games. Mm-hmm. They got 2 more wins.
That's exactly right. Exactly right, Raj. Again, Rodgers, 2-8.
And
I'm okay as a Saints fan right now.
And all these guys that, they'll trade them. They don't need to. Those guys want to be there. They want to be there.
Cam wants to accomplish all of his sack goals as a New Orleans Saint.
Yeah.
He may retire the
Right now, he's the leader in everything.
And what was DeMario got? Was it a pick or a fumble recovery yesterday?
Well, he had the interception, but it was called back.
Yeah, it was called back. But, yeah, you're right. But he had the pick, and I'm like, look at the way that guy, the effort that he had, the happiness that he had, the celebration that he had, and then the PO'dness that he had when it was taken back. That's a cat that cares.
They care about their team.
DeMario Davis cares about
when Cam got the sack and we're climbing the ladder.
Yep.
That old dude doesn't have to do anything.
Cam, DeMario, and Kamara still care. And if they still care, damn it, then as a Saints fan, I still care. They're trying.
And Justin Reed's a veteran that just made a finger on the face mask.
Yeah, dude, that was
and also with all the damn penalties the refs were calling, a lot against the Saints, I will say this. I was very surprised on the Olave touchdown. They didn't throw a offensive pass interference. Because the guy was grabbing him, but Olave did kind of push him down. But he was already stumbling. So you just kind of help somebody go to the ground.
It was a hand fighting, and he was stumbling, but there was a distinct – if I were a Panther fan, I'd have been
I'm surprised there wasn't.
Right.
When their coach didn't get irate, because as soon as he was going down the sideline, I was like, all right, where's the flag?
Yep.
Because they're both hand fighting, but because their player at home went to the ground and you could see him kind of push him. But in my mind, in the old days for me and you, that dude's already stumbling. You're just helping him. He's already losing his balance. And you're not. So kind of helping give him a little push to the ground to me is no big deal. But in that game yesterday with some of the stuff they were calling, I thought there's no way they're letting this 60-yard touchdown stand. And when they did, I went, okay. Because I knew that was going to give confidence to the quarterback, confidence to the receivers, the offensive line that's a ragtag mash unit. Give them a little confidence. You could just see it build from there. And again, if DeMario's interception would have stood, Saints might have been up 14-0 to start.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because they stopped Carolina's first touchdown with that.
Yes, they did. And here's the other aspect of it, Raj, the fact that it didn't, and they still overcame it, the fact they blocked the kick and lost the ball and still came up with a turnover, and they kept doing this, and Shuck put the ball on the money and moved around in the pocket. I ain't saying that this is a great team. I'm not saying that Shuck's going to be a great quarterback, but not as bad as they want to be, and they're still trying, and I'm a little, I'll say it, I'm a little excited to see what Shuck does next. I know they're off this week, but that's a week for them to get a little better, a little healthier, see what happens. So, he is one tough Shucker. I do too. Fun stuff. But we also know that Saints are going to have the number 1 pick or number 2 pick. So there's some guys you might want to look at too. So this is a big deal. 8:41 the time. Our show brought to you by Walk-Ons Sports Bistro. Walk-Ons, the games just taste better. Buddy, what a great Monday night game tonight, right? Eagles and Packers in Green Bay. It's going to be cold. Who knows? It may be snowing. It was snowing in Chicago yesterday. This is a kind of an NFC potential championship preview. Where better to watch it than Walk-Ons with your buddies, your posse, your podnas. Be there, be square. And get that buffalo chicken sandwich and knock one piece of meat off, get a to-go box, bring it home. You got a buffalo chicken sandwich for tomorrow. You'll be doing a buffalo stance in the break room. Oh, I can't do that on radio because you have to talk. Yeah, it kind of loses the effect, doesn't it? Okay. Buffalo chicken sandwich at Walk-On Sports Bistro. Walk-Ons. The games just taste better. Airline Drive in Bossier. You're a driving Shreveport. We'll be back right after this. Brewer Quality Homes has been a part of the Tim Fletcher Show for many, many years, and it's one of the favorite things we do on the show is what hemisphere is Donnie Brewer in right now? Where do you think he is?
Where in the world is Donnie Brewer? I'm going to say Argentina.
That's not bad. I was thinking Peru, so we're kind of in the
South
same
America?
neighborhood. Yeah.
All right.
Probably some kind of a Peruvian blowfish type antelope that he's on a hunt for.
Did you just combine two animals?
No, but Donnie Brewer does.
Okay.
Because that's what he can do.
If anybody can, it's him.
Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Who knew that wallpaper is making a comeback? I tell you who knew. River City's Lighting. Yeah, the same folks who have your interior lighting, your exterior lighting, your wall accoutrement. They also have your wallpaper. River City's Lighting, 3908 Shed Road, rivercitieslighting.com.
Walk-On's athletes put everything they've got into the game. Walk-On Sports Bistro puts everything we've got into bringing you a game day with a taste of Louisiana. Catch all your teams on over 70 big screen TVs. Dig into our mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine like po' boys, gumbo, and voodoo shrimp, plus fan favorites like juicy burgers and fresh salads. It's all made from scratch with ingredients you can't help but crave. Walk-On Sports Bistro. We live for this.
We know baseball, football, basketball, soccer, track and field. Name the sport, We've got the world for it. Sports World. They control the universe of our local sports. If they ain't got it, you can't play it. Sports World. Mac McCarter has been making Shreveport-Bossier better for many, many years. Community renewal, making Shreveport-Bossier a more welcoming, more inviting, healthier, friendlier place, one house at a time, one neighbor at a time, one block, one neighborhood, one community. Community renewal, 318-425-3222. CommunityRenewal.us. See what you can do to help make Shreveport-Bossier better than ever before.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, guys. Power Hour brought to you by Donnie's Place, Brewer Quality Home Center. Well, now I've just added it. It's either Brewer Home Center or Brewer Quality Homes. You know where it is. 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Brewer Home Center, where you've got absolutely magnificent manufactured homes at a fair square price, $60, $70, $80 a square foot. Cabco, Jessup, Franklin, tiny homes. They got it all. They've been doing it for a long time there at 3830 East Texas in La Bossier City. Our show also brought to you by Alsco and Alsco.com. Uniforms, linens, facility care, and more. Time now for an LSU update brought to you by RiverCitiesLighting.com. 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City. RiverCitiesLighting.com. Bringing you this LSU update. So Shay Dixon, who does a nice job of keeping up with the Tigers for On3.com, Rivals.com's Bengal Tiger. The three thoughts with 3 games left. Finishing 4-0 is no longer in play for interim coach Frank Wilson. That's true. His chance of landing the permanent head coaching job became a 2-week discussion amongst the fan base. While the future remains unknown when it comes to who is hired, LSU's chances of a 4-0 finish are no longer there, so that kind of probably eliminates Frank Wilson. Wilson showed he will shake things up in the final 4 games. Yeah, he did. By benching Garrett Nussmeier and playing Michael Van Buren. Also benched starting right tackle Weston Davis in favor of a backup with no meaningful career snaps and redshirt freshman Ori Williams. Wilson made it clear the green light for the staff is on to make changes down the stretch. And, yeah, in the grand scheme of things, keeping sophomore tight end Trey Green on the roster for next season is more important than any stat line this month. Still, how did LSU's biggest mismatch on offense, yes, let alone the team's leader in touchdowns, get targeted just 2 times in 4 quarters of a game? Rodgers, that's inexcusable. You know, you didn't score a touchdown in 60 minutes against a top 5 team, and your best receiver, who is a freak of an athlete at 6'5", you target him 2 times the whole game, and 1 on a stupid fade route. You know, and his position coach, as Shay Dixon notes, and we said all this during the 6 o'clock hour, but I'm glad to see someone else saw it the same way. His position coach took over as the play caller. So you would think that he would be like, okay, I got to make sure my guy, that's who I know best. Yes, he dropped a wide open 3rd down conversion in the final 5 minutes, but 2 attempts, 2 different quarterbacks, all game long. How does that happen? That's the thing that's so puzzling about this LSU season, Rogers, is that the mistakes that they have made, yes, the offensive line, the common denominator throughout the entire season as far as why this has been a season from hell, the offensive line has been atrocious. But there have been some coaching moves. There have been some attitudes. There's been a lack of effort. There's been injuries. But this week, I think that you got to say the play calling did no favors for the LSU Tigers. Trey Green, 2 targets is ridiculous in a game like that. Rogers, why don't coaches see this? Why don't you go into a game, and I've never coached a game except for Pierce, his 9-year-old boys basketball team, which we mopped for with whoever it was we're playing, and Sid's 6th grade girls basketball team, which I think we won 2 games. So I don't know anything about coaching, okay? But if I were coaching in a situation like this, and I'm putting up my big board and trying to figure out my scripted plays and stuff, I'm like, all right, here's our goals this week. We're going to run the ball 25 times. I don't care what we're going to do. We're going to run it 25 times. You know what else we're going to do? I'm going to try to get the ball to Trey Green 10 different times. Those are the 2 things we're going to do offensively. And that's your LSU update. Brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City. River Cities Lighting. They've got light fixtures for inside the house, outside the house, plus rugs, plus wallpaper, and big-ass fans. 3809 Shed Road in Bossier City, Louisiana. 8:48 the time, 12 minutes until the top of the hour. We'll take one more time out here. Our show presented by Alsco and the Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes. Back after this.
Macy's Veterans Day sale is one of your best chances to save big on furniture and mattresses. That's because you'll find great deals on our best sellers, like our exclusive Radley 5-piece sectional, delivered to any room in your home with white glove delivery for $25.98. And so many top brand mattresses at 20 to 60% off, plus an extra 20% off closeouts. So come in, try it all out, and get an incredible deal today at Macy's Veterans Day sale. Savings off select styles. Exclusions apply.
How much do I love my Silverado LTZ 1500 Texas Edition? Well, almost too much to squeeze inside just 30 seconds. Could it be because of the wireless device charging? That's absolutely a big deal because my iPhone is kind of busted up where the charger goes, so I just stick it where the wireless device charger goes, and boom, my phone gets charged so quickly. There's so many cool things. Even the little things make it great. Silverado from Chevyland. Together, let's drive.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ROAD to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ROAD for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ROAD for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Traffic brought to you by Jack Spring Electric. Online at jackspringelectric.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers Hampton, Adam Hester. Not here. Hester. Bueller. Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Home Center. Patrick checks in. Patrick fixed our stream, by the way. He wants to know if OBS is working right. Yes, sir. You know what else he's doing this, Raj? I forgot to pay him, too. Yes, sir. And I forgot to pay you. I will do so now. So, sorry about that, Peanut. Unless I did pay him, and I forgot that I paid him. Yeah, wait for the response. That's what I'll do. Yeah. You know, so it's, yeah. Oh, we got text coming in on the live Oak Environmental text line. OU cares. The texts are saying not to pay Kelly until the 5 years and hoping he's not around to see it. Wow. Hey, we're a practical bunch around here, OU cares. These are just, everyone's just spitballing. Opus 1. Said if the Saints would use that color gold in their helmet design, it would really be nice. They need to ditch that khaki look. That shade of gold against the white really popped. It looked awesome. Looked even better. And I thought the Panthers, there were so many great uniform matchups this weekend. Every game I looked at, I was like, that looks awesome. Cutler's mistake. The Bears pulled a rabbit out of their ass again. I'll take it. Yes, they did. Caleb Williams is looking more and more like a pretty dang good quarterback. Matter of fact, call me crazy, but the last 3 or 4 weeks, would you rather have Caleb Williams or Jordan Love? Think about it. Go look at the stats. Look at the results. Would you rather have Caleb Williams right now or Jordan Love? Draco says, you guys need to hire Frank Wilson. I'm sure, yeah. Definition of O coordinator, one who calls plays to get ball to playmakers. Yeah, you'd think so, Draco, but not at LSU. 8:53 the time. Do we have to take another break, Raj? Oh. Oh, okay. We'll take a little bit of time here. Have we missed anything new today, Raj? Has there been anything? Okay.
And then number 2,
Yeah. Pay me my money. Here's the 62-yard pass right here, Raj. Look at how Shuck throws that thing.
I can't believe he didn't throw a flag.
I can't either, but and Olave is so deceptively fast as well.
And he's bigger than you think.
Yeah. I like that. And as frustrating as Juwan Johnson has been, he still kind of is the go-to guy. Taysom played well yesterday, had a couple of good little runs. It was a fun game for the Saints yesterday. Really was. And again, this is why I know look, I ain't no role model for nobody. No one should do anything like I do. But I do enjoy sports just for the essence of sports. And I think that's why I just really am okay with the Saints sucking so bad. Yeah, it sucks that they suck. But it's so much fun when they don't.
But we know that they're doing something to try to change it. And yesterday on the road, division foe that, like you said earlier, had everything to play for after their big upset win last week. And to come back home and lay an egg to a team that they probably in their mind, hey, we just got to show up and beat them. But once you start playing and you realize that other team, oh, they're not just showing up to lay down. They're popping us in the mouth today.
Mm-hmm.
And they just never responded.
No. And
we got an old Bryce Young performance.
We did. We got the Bryce Young from 7 games
when
ago.
You get pressure on him, that's what happens to him.
Yep.
But that's what happens to most quarterbacks, especially with their
and
diddle and afraid.
5 of 8 when the pressure was on yesterday for Tyler Shuck is so encouraging. But, again, as a Saints fan, I want them to win every game. They're not going to. So when they do win a game, I enjoy it. I said it before, even when they were going through the worst part of this, when they were getting their doors blown off by Seattle. I'm like, look, it was a horrible game. But you know what I'll do next week? I'll watch the Saints again. I'm a Saints fan. So I am going to watch the Saints every time they play because I like the Saints. And I want to see them win. And I want to see them do good. And it, pisses me off sometimes when they don't do good. But it makes it even more fun when they do things that are really good. And yesterday, it was just fun to watch those guys wearing really good uniforms for the team that I like, getting the job done. And that's all I got to say about that. Need to take one more time out for our Lafayette audience. We'll be back with more of the Brewer Home Center Power Hour and our show presented by Alsco right after this. The Brewer Quality Homes Power Hour from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock, brought to you by Donnie Brewer's Crew, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. When you're looking for a beautiful manufactured home for $60, $70, $80, $90 a square foot, you know where to go. The BQH at 3830 East Texas. The Power Hour of the Tim Fletcher Show is brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. We don't know where Donnie goes, where he's traveling next, but we do know this. When you go to 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, you're going to get a fair, square deal on a beautiful manufactured home.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
Hey, y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvamine Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at RejuvaMeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com.
When you text the old Tim Fletcher Show, buddy, you're using the Live Oak Waste text line. Roy Walters' crew is ready to make sure you don't ever have to worry again about your trash. Whether it's at a business, a restaurant, retail center, apartment complex, you shouldn't worry about your trash. Leave that to Live Oak, man. 230-7125, liveoak-environmental.com, liveoak-environmental.com. 230-7125. Don't worry about your trash. Leave that to Live Oak.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City, 1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports.
Welcome back, boys and girls. Tim Fletcher Show, Roger Zambone Hampton here. 8:58, the Brewer Home Center Power Hour coming to a close. Our show presented by Alsco and Alsco.com. A reminder for you that Chop Shop's got smash burgers for you. Smash burgers. Chica went and tried the smash burger and raved about it like I knew she would because it's that good. I mean, I don't know if you guys have been to the Chop Shop to have any of their stuff. I've told you it's the best meat in town. Their ground beef from Sample Farms. They've got stuff from so many local farms. Mahaffey Farms. They got some East Texas farms. The meat is just so much better. And, oh, by the way, you can also start checking out their holiday menu. That's right. Chop Shop will do sweet potato casserole with toasted marshmallow custard, potato dauphinoise, smoked Gouda mac and cheese with braised pork belly, Cajun rice dressing, roasted whole tenderloins, whole garlic herb-crusted prime rib. They've got all that and more available for their holiday menu to order at Chop Shop, 724 Azalea Drive in Shreveport off Line Avenue. Dude, the smash burgers are outstanding, but that's just the window dressing to what everything they've got else in the store. Chop Shop, taking care of business. Lafayette, have a great day. We'll catch you tomorrow.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City, 1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports.
Yes, brother. Yes, it's happy hour. Hour of happiness. I need it, Raj. Thank you. Hambone, it is time for our SEC update. There is an article in the Wall Street Journal today. Do you need a financial advisor? Ask yourself these 4 questions. Am I where I need to be with my retirement savings? If the answer is no, and you're not sure how to get on track, then you might want to get with a financial advisor. Am I ready to retire? While saving money isn't always easy, it's straightforward. You have years to accumulate wealth, and small mistakes made along the way won't necessarily wreck your chances. However, when you get close to retirement, there are complicated questions that arise, and making mistakes can wreck your financial outlook. A financial advisor can work with pre-retirees to map out the spending. Will I always be able to manage my investments? If you have a high level of investment knowledge and dedicate time to research and manage your investments, you may not need a financial advisor initially. As investments become more complex, you'll need to ask yourself if you can continue to pay attention to the fees you're paying and the risk involved. If you're thinking of complex strategies, the tax implications, do you have a strong enough grounding and understanding of long-term capital gains, short-term capital gains? You need a financial advisor. Am I ready to listen to the advice? One of the financial psychologists, Sonia Luter, said before seeking financial advice, ask yourself a 2-part question. How important is it to change your behavior, and how confident are you that you will change? Rate your answers on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the most important, and says that will determine how likely you are to benefit from the advice. Unless the answer is 5 or higher in importance, you're wasting your time and money seeking an advisor. But if it's 1 to 5, then yeah. Are you ready to listen to an advisor? 4 questions asked. All answers point to it's time to get a financial advisor to look at your investment game plan. Bo Harris Wealth Management bringing you the SEC update. College football bowl projections are out and about from on3.com. Alabama and A&M. They have Alabama at number 4, A&M rising to number 2 this week, moving ahead of Indiana as the number 2 seed. So 2 teams from the SEC would have byes. 2 other teams make the postseason, and that's it, according to on3.com. Georgia as a 6th seed would host number 11 Georgia Tech. That might be a pretty fun game. Ole Miss as a 7th seed would host Utah in Oxford. The other 2 teams making it as hosts would be Texas Tech as a 5 hosting South Florida and Oregon hosting Notre Dame. Bowl projections for the SEC. Where will teams go bowling? Well, it's about time to really start fine-tuning this, Raj, because it's 3 games left in the regular season. So Tennessee, Gator Bowl versus Miami. Okay, that's a watchable game. Kentucky getting bowl eligible, taking on Houston in the Texas Bowl. Great uniform matchup, too. Vandy and Illinois in the Music City Bowl in Nashville. That would be great for Vanderbilt. A good matchup, and I would actually root for them against the fighting Bielema since he still blocks me on Twitter. Oklahoma and Nebraska, Rogers, in the ReliaQuest Bowl. Come on. Get you some. That would be fantastic. If you could get, Roger, Billy Sims and Johnny Rogers, if Johnny Rogers is still alive, to be team captains. And OU Nebraska ReliaQuest Bowl. Sign me up. Texas, Michigan in the Citrus Bowl. Not a bad little matchup there for Arch. LSU versus TCU in the Liberty Bowl. No problem with that. At least win one. The Duke's Mayo Bowl, Missouri versus Duke in Charlotte, North Carolina. And one more little thing here. In the Bahamas Bowl, they've got Louisiana Tech playing Central Michigan. And, oh, by the way, in the Radiance Technologies Independence Bowl, they have Baylor versus Jacksonville State. So, there you go. And that is your SEC update. A paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo would love to have a cup of coffee with you to discuss your investment game plan. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner, CFP, certified investment management analyst, CIMA. Securities are offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN. Member, SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservative Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Get in touch with Bo Harris at 318-670-3101. BoHarrisWM.com. Located at 223 Fannin in downtown Shreveport. Raj, looking at the old draft board. And I'm not saying that Tyler Shuck should shut down any discussion of drafting a quarterback. Not at all. I tell you right now, Raj, that Fernando Mendoza cat from Indiana looks better and better and better every time I see him. 6'5", 235 pounds. Got a bazooka for an arm. It is. And you would think they would find that illegal. In its own school property, you would think you'd have to be able to have
they
a
used to
firearm.
check if we clubbed up our arm for
Right.
something underneath. This
Right.
guy's got a bazooka on his shoulder.
Well, you're talking to a guy who put a tomato stick in a wiffle ball bat.
Oh, that's
so,
true.
So I'm all about rule bending. It's one of these things where, look, if Shuck is the guy, then that's great. If he shows over these next 6 games of the season, is that right, 2-8? 7 games. If he shows over the next 7 games of the season that there is something to work with there. Right. And he does some elevated things that, all right, this is what we need a quarterback.
We need to see growth, continual growth.
Then if you don't have to draft a quarterback, then
you go out line, like you and Adam always say.
Or
every
trade that first-round pick.
To get multiple. Because you got a 4th and a 5th extra now because of Rashid. And I can't remember what we got for Trevor.
Got a 6th-round pick in 27.
Okay, I didn't think it was this upcoming draft.
Wasn't anything good for this year.
That was down the road.
So you look at this thing, you're like, all right, so the way the draft is right now, it'd be like the Saints, Titans, Jets, and Dolphins. Okay, the Titans are not in the market. They're not in the market for a quarterback. They drafted Cam Ward first overall this year. So the Titans are going to draft a quarterback. The Jets are going to draft a quarterback. Justin Fields is not going to be the starting quarterback for the Jets next year. So, but they keep winning. They won yesterday. Be nice if the Jets would win 1 or 2 more. And that way, if they're the 4th or 5th pick in the draft and they know they got to draft a quarterback, they come knocking on the Saints' door, you'll be able to ask for a king's ransom from the Jets because they've got to have a quarterback. They've got draft picks, a lot of them. That's right. The Jets are – so Saints fans, here's the deal. I want the Saints to win every game they play, don't get me wrong. But if they don't, if they have the number 1 pick, the best thing that can happen to the Saints is for the New York Jets to win a lot. And that way they have to – exactly. That would be fantastic, though. If the Jets could win 2 or 3 more games and therefore get like the 4th or 5th pick where they know they're not going to be able to get Mendoza, they're not going to be able to get Dante Moore, and may not even be able to get Ty Simpson, they would be offering up a boatload of picks to the Saints. That's the perfect scenario. EH joins us on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline. Good morning, EH. How you doing?
Good, man. I have to disagree with you, and I think Rogers will probably agree with me. I'd rather see, semantics, whatever. They getting the number one would be awesome, but I think it's more beneficial to the Saints for Shuck to keep rolling and developing.
That's what I said. I said, Shuck, if he shows these next 7 games.
I couldn't hear anything
that's
on
all right.
hold.
That's okay. What I said, EH, was just a recap real quick, that if he shows in the next 7 weeks, 7 games, growth, and they get a couple more wins or one more win or look good, and he shows that you can do it, then hope that the Jets keep winning a couple of games. They've got all those draft picks. We know they're drafting a quarterback. The Titans are not. The Dolphins may. The Giants are not. The Jets are going to have to offer up a ton of picks to get the Mendoza kid if that's who they want, or even to get Dante Moore of Oregon or Ty Simpson of Alabama. If the Saints have the number 1 pick and the Jets have the 4th or 5th, trade that son of a gun for a couple of first-round picks if Shuck works out. If Shuck starts sucking the rest of the way, then we're going to find our next quarterback, and it very well might be the Mendoza kid from Indiana. I don't have a problem with that. If Shuck doesn't look good and we have the number 1 pick and you take Mendoza, I'm A-okay with that. But in a perfect world, Shuck plays good enough to hold on to the job, build from, and we don't waste that pick. We trade the first-round pick, and we get offensive linemen or get the defensive end from Texas Tech. Is he coming out this year? Yeah, not David Bailey. I'm thinking of the Rodriguez guy. Yeah.
I'll take the mustache kid.
Yeah. But there's some defensive players you could certainly shore up because we know that you're going to have to replace Cam Jordan soon, DeMario Davis soon, and need offensive help. There's a lot of holes in this thing, but that's my perfect scenario. So that's what we were saying, EH.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, I like kind of the blueprint maybe how they did it with Drake May last year. And because, easily they could have penciled in him the number 1 guy from the beginning, but they let him sit and wait. And listen, Shuck got beat out by, Rattler, but Rattler is just not a gamer. He's good, but he just doesn't move the needle. And you got a lot of bench time, and now there's no pressure on him. And I thought that he played pretty good last week against a really good Rams defense, and kind of showed that he's not, deer in the headlights. And so it's very promising. So it's good. It was fun to watch a win.
It was fun to watch
weekend.
a win, and it was just fun to watch him play. And it was not even one of those things, EH, where I was like, oh crap, they're going to give it up. As soon as they forced the turnover after the botched blocked field goal attempt, I was like, hey, this is something this Saints team has not done. When adversity hits, they've kind of backed away from it and kind of slid down to the loss column. Yeah. But instead, they fought back. And we were talking about how we thought Pete Warner, both Rogers and I thought Pete Warner played lights out. Taylor played lights out. Olave had his best game this entire season. Alvin played hard. It was just fun. It was a fun Saints game to watch through and through.
Yep. And they get a week off to just kind of relish that, which is good. And then to the ugly, you can change coaches. The players had the same issues and stuff, and the just the mental mistakes. And I do applaud the new coaching staff. And I don't know, I was at a party, so I couldn't hear much, but how they finally they took the right tackle out finally. And I don't know if he got hurt or they just said enough of this. We're just done with it. And I think maybe the toughness and all the LSU things they're talking about when. I just, a real tough coach, regardless if it's LSU. A real tough coach, if you're making mental mistakes and you suck, you just get lifted to the next guy. Even if the next guy's not good enough, the coach is not going to play you if you're making dumb mistakes. And I think Kelly, well, they're the best we have. Well, if they're the best we have at tackles and they're making false start penalties, missed assignments, dumb, I'd rather put the young guy in who maybe is mentally more, with it. Or a veteran that, can't crack the lineup in 4 years, because it seems like a lot of these guys got cushy at their position, dropping passes, whatever. How many wide receivers does this LSU have? They got like a whole stable of them, if the tight end keeps driving, don't put him back in the game the rest of the game. Play somebody else. So I don't know. I mean, what did you have to lose? But it's
right.
It's just pathetic, man. It's just
it was a bad. When you look at this, and it's like, how did it go this way, man? 5-4, 5-4, dude, from a team that was preseason ranked. What was the LSU's preseason rank? 4th?
No, like 7th, I think.
7th. Unbelievable. But after the Clemson game, they got it to number 3, right? And you're like,
yeah.
Wow, man. How did it go this far? And I brought it up as well that Sean McDonough just, when they benched Nussmeier, he was considered a Heisman favorite after the Clemson game and was on top of all the draft boards as a potential number 1 overall pick. I'm like, golly, geez, I don't know who's suffered more this year, LSU fans or, heck, Garrett Nussmeier. He's the big loser in all of this, isn't he? And I don't mean he's a loser, but as far as what he had in his grasp after that win over Clemson versus what he has right now.
Yeah, I mean, if he really wanted to protect himself, but he just wanted to play, but he was hurt and he was not. I mean, if anybody, I think Kelly should have said, look, the game, the gimme game when they played Tech or whatever. Well, it wasn't a gimme game, but I mean, if he was if it was banged up and you're supposed to beat Tech, don't play him that week. Let him rest.
Exactly.
And I mean, but no. And then they did the same thing before the other cupcake game they had, and they played him, and they should have played him.
Should have been Van Buren in both of those games.
Right.
And how wild would it be if you take those 2 games, like you said, and Michael Van Buren plays, they get the win over Tech, and they get the win over the other cupcake, like you said. And the whole time, Nussmeier gets healthier. Often there's more confidence. And instead of, 5-4, you're maybe 7-2. And you're in the same boat as Texas and Oklahoma and Vanderbilt. And Brian Kelly's still the coach. Well, again, these little decisions that are made, and whether that's how much of that EH is we're paying this guy this much money to be the quarterback. The people who are paying him are going to pay him to sit on the bench, How much of that went into that playing him? Do we know?
God, we're just not accustomed to that. It has to. Think about it. I mean, it has to. Like, if you're Gordon McKernan and you're forking over $800,000 of his $1.6 million salary, you're going to be like, wait a minute. He's on the bench, and I'm paying him, and I'm doing these stupid ads all the time. You better play. You better make – you know what I mean?
If you want that $800,000 next year, you better play my guy this year. Is that the way – again, that's all you and I are just saying this here, not sure that that's how it goes or whatever, but is that how it goes? Is that – how much of that is determining factors for putting a guy in the lineup if he's not playing well? Do you have to look at, well, crap, he's the highest paid guy on the team. We got to put him out there. We got to try to get our money's worth because I know they do that in the NFL. How many times do you see the quarterback who stinks up the joint still getting out there and taking snaps like Geno Smith? He was horrible. He's been horrible all year, but they're paying him whatever it is, $25 million a year, and they are not paying Kenny Pickett $25 million a year, so they keep throwing Geno Smith out there because I assume that Mark Davis says he's got to play because that's who we're paying. And if you're the head coach, you got to be like, yeah, you're right, boss. Okay. So that's the other aspect of the pay the players NIL that we haven't really thought about, EH, is sometimes you're paying the guy that shouldn't be getting playing time, but because he's getting paid, he may still get that playing time.
Yeah, and that's why the building in LSU is the NIL building is one of the biggest sports buildings on campus. It's bigger than it's 3 stories and it's packed of analytics, but it's also, I'm sure one story is completely strictly with boosters and, revenue and trying to keep everybody happy and pleased. And yeah, so that's the world we're living in right now, and I don't know. I mean, and lastly, dude, I was having a shop and stuff, and I'll caught the end of that. What a catch. We always try to talk negative, but in on a good thing. That was probably one of the best catches I've ever seen when that Indiana guy came down with that. And defying physics and just everything. Like, how in the heck?
He was just unbelievable. Unbelievable. I was watching it at Rabuche's house, and it was again, and I said it during the World Series when Andy Pages made the catch over Kike Hernandez to save the day for the Dodgers. When I was watching that with my brother and sister-in-law, there were so many "oh my God" moments, and that's what we were saying on that catch. Like, but if you look at it, EH, and this is what I told Daryl, and Daryl might be coming around to this. They finally showed the angle from the other side of the end zone. Okay, the one where it's like where the camera, where he's facing the camera.
Yeah.
It looks like that toe might have grazed the grass before he stepped out. You look at the reverse side of it, buddy, it looks like his foot did not get in. It looked like that toe swept over the grass and didn't touch anything. It looked pretty clear to me, Rogers, and if anybody wants to dispute that, shoot us a text on the Live Oak Environmental text line. It looked like from the back angle that it did not. And even Daryl said, I think you're right. I don't think it looks like on that angle. They reviewed it. Oh, they reviewed it a lot. Still called it a touchdown. Rogers, I'll show it to you. It was, and like he said, unbelievable catch. And for all of the Gus Johnson haters, and I know, holy moly, he was excited. He was a little excited, and it was one of the if you're going to have a play like that, you got to have Gus Johnson on the call. He lost his ever-loving mind.
It was just a great game. I mean,
it was a fun. That was a great game. There was some great college football played Saturday. A lot of fun. I think that
with that victory of Indiana, and you just mentioned they only have pegging the SEC with 4 teams. I think the win to Indiana helped more than anything because that's going to make Indiana and Ohio State the 2 shoe-ins, and then you really have a lot of debate with Michigan and I don't know if Oregon is getting lucky, by the way. You have some debate with those, but if you got some 2-3 loss, you have a 3-loss SEC teams that went through the ringer and versus a 2-loss Oregon if they lose another one, and then a 2-loss whoever. I mean, that's going to be a lot. That's going to be hard to choose from, and I think they got it wrong last year, and they're going to. Mm-hmm. I think the SEC now, if Indiana would have lost that game, man, there'd have been a stockpile of 2-loss teams. Any 3-loss SEC team was not going to get in over a 2-loss Big Ten team. No, it was not happening.
It's going to be interesting. It really, they're so, and I tell you, whether you're a purist or not, you wish you were doing the BCS, and wish it was still the bowls, or if you wish there were 60, whatever you say you want. This 12-team playoff format this year, I think, is really generating interest as the season winds down. Because we talked about it this week during one of our Bo Harris Wealth Management SEC updates. The games this week in the SEC featuring Oklahoma on the road at Alabama and Texas on the road at Georgia, playoff games. Oklahoma and Texas have got to win or they're done. They've got 2 losses already. They have to win those games to be able to participate in the playoff discussion for another week. How cool is that? Huge implications in games this week. So I think the 12-team playoff format is a lot of fun.
I do too, and and it was a good football weekend except the night game.
Yeah, it was and here you go. If you haven't heard Gus's call, real quick, this is so awesome.
Mendoza in trouble. It's out. Touchdown.
I can listen to, oh my gosh, Mendoza in trouble. Mendoza out. Oh, touchdown. Wow. Omar Cooper. Unbelievable. Give him the Heisman now. When he said, out, he did. He sounded like a girl, just screaming, out. Fun stuff. All right, 9:22 the time. Happy hour. We're coming at you here, buddy. How about a little Spell Brothers Lumber? Happy belated birthday, JP, John Salmons, with a monumental birthday yesterday. Good dude. Tech grad, Army veteran, and Tech Tuesday sponsor. Spell Brothers Lumber, right over there next door to old Bossier High School, just a little wampajawed from it. You know, Roger, they say as the crow flies, they're only about, quarter of a mile away. I'm like, has anyone ever put a tape measure on a crow's rear end and let him fly around with it? And just, are we sure that as the crow flies, that's how far it is? Crow doesn't fly in a straight line. They zigzag. They see a worm. They see a mouse. They might dive down. What if the crow takes longer to get there than if you take an Uber? I don't know. These crows have gotten a whole lot of bang for the buck saying that they are the fastest ones to get from point A to point B. That's me. I'm anti-crow, Raj. Spell Brothers Lumber, 1321 Martin Lane, the home of Hot Shot Delivery Service, your local lumber store, local lumber hardware store, doors, windows. They install, they deliver, they do it all. And remember, when you buy from Spell Brothers Lumber, if you have unused, undamaged material after the job is over, call them. They'll come pick it up and give you a store credit for it. Who else does that? Spell Brothers Lumber does it. SpellBrosLumber.com. They even have a cool website. Spell Bros Lumber, dude. SpellBrosLumber.com. Back with our show presented by Osco right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric. In the studio with Daniel Lynch, our 11:30 The Tiger lawn and fence industry ace. Tell us more about the idea of relationship building. This sounds more like a generational company, not an annual company.
We've been in the community for a long time. I grew up in this community. I try to invest back into it. And so we're not here really just to sell you a fence. We want to build something in your backyard that's going to be great and you're going to be proud of. But we want to build a relationship with you because we are in this community to help people, not just to sell fences.
That doesn't just mean individuals. You're talking about businesses too, right?
Right, yeah. So we are commercial and residential. We're about a 50-50 split on that. We do take care of a lot of businesses, a lot of job sites, things of that nature. But not only that, but we do work with the residential industry as well. And we take care of everybody. That's what we're about. We're building relationships in the community and keeping everything you got safe and taken care of.
Learn more about this industry ace at lyncheslawnandfencellc.com.
Don't get caught with your fence down. You call, we come. God bless the USA.
I am so tired of renting. I want something that's mine, but it's too hard to buy a house.
You need to go to Brewer Home Center in Bossier. You don't have to own your own land to buy.
What if my credit's not great?
They work with lenders who work with all credit scores, as long as you have a steady income. Can be Social Security, disability, or from your job. They sent me a link to an easy application, and I had decisions in no time. Call them at 741-1222 or stop by 3830 East Texas in Bossier or visit brewerhomecenter.com.
This holiday season, ride in style. Shreveport Limousine is offering an exclusive 2-hour Christmas lights tour in a luxury Lincoln. And right now, you can grab it for just $150. That's half off the regular price. Relax, sip cocoa, and enjoy the magic as your private chauffeur drives you through the most dazzling lights in town. But hurry, limited quantities available. Go to seizethedeal.com and purchase yours before they're gone. Seizethedeal.com. Holiday magic starts here.
Black Friday savings are here at the Home Depot, which means it's time to add new cordless power to your collection. Right now, when you buy a select battery kit from one of our top brands like Ryobi or Milwaukee, you'll get a select tool from that same brand for free. Click into one of our best deals of the season and stock up on tools for all your upcoming projects. Get Black Friday savings happening now at the Home Depot. Limit 1 per transaction. Exclusions apply. Full eligible tool list in-store and online.
JTV, Jewelry Television. With 80,000 jewelry looks, we're kind of a big deal. Even bigger with new lines of designer handbags, fragrances, and more. And biggest of all, because you could win a 7-night stay in Bali, spending money, and thousands worth of JTV jewelry, making you kind of a big deal. Enter by December 7th at jtv.com/sweepstakes. No purchase necessary. Then watch JTV on TV or shop jtv.com for big holiday deals.
Everyone's broken a phone, but not just anybody can fix one. Don't trust your phone to a fly-by-night shop. And don't try to fix it yourself. Let the experts at Batteries Plus keep you connected by replacing your screen, repairing your phone, or replacing the battery for you. Walk in anytime or make an appointment at batteriesplus.com and save $10. Trust the experts at Batteries Plus.
Hey, Eddie Kennison here. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, Strength, energy, and performance are still important to me. That's why when I felt my strength slipping, I turned to Rejuvamine Medical. Check your testosterone today at rejuvaminemedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. Visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417188. Results may vary.
Shreveport Bossier's own Radiance Technologies Independence Bowl is set for December 30th at 1 p.m. And iBowl Weekly is your road to the bowl. Tune in each Wednesday from 6 to 7 p.m. right here on 1130 The Tiger. Radiance Technologies iBowl tickets are on sale now. So get them while they're hot and be right here each week for Inside the iBowl. Wednesday 6 to 7 on 1130 The Tiger.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, boys and girls. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers Hambone Hampton. How you doing, Raj? 9:20.
I'm good. I love Mondays.
Yeah.
We just get to talk about everything.
It's a free for all, right?
It is. Before we get into the playoff coaches conversations tomorrow for the teams that are moving on, we'll talk to the coaches whose seasons are over, get up a wrap this week. So this is always kind of a bittersweet week for me as the guy who calls them because, you know, I get to talk to these guys. It might be for 30 seconds, but over the course of a football season, you kind of develop a different rapport with each one depending on their personality. But you still develop a rapport that I don't feel uncomfortable calling any of them. You know, I really don't.
They're good dudes.
That once you know, I know how you are personality-wise, you kind of know how I am. I'm an open book. And I appreciate them taking their time because I know you'll say it every now and then. These guys don't have to do that. They've got a lot to do. A lot of them teach as well as coach. Some of them are the head coach and athletic director, so that you just have no idea what they're going through. So this is a bittersweet week for me because I enjoy talking to them all year. I enjoy listening to their progress with their kids. And now I'm so shocked that the regular season is already over and I'm stunned that this is the first week of the playoffs. I don't know how we got here.
We only have 2 more Friday Football Frenzy shows.
I just called them in August for scrimmages and then jamborees. And then that week off before the first week. How are we first week of playoffs, Fletch?
I don't know.
And I'm being serious, but it's a bittersweet week for me because I do enjoy talking to these guys, and it connects us with like we talk, even though we didn't have good football teams in high school. Right. Some of our best memories are being on that football team with your high school teammates. And just talking to these guys and kind of living vicariously through them just at least keeps that high school athletic butterfly in my stomach kind of keep fluttering. So I'm like I said, bittersweet week, but appreciate all the coaches, and we'll wrap up with the ones that are done. And you hear it in their voice; they give effort, even on the teams that we know they're kind of banging their head against the wall and they've got a long way to go to rebuild their program. We know what can happen after what we saw happen with Southwood. Yeah. You can get the right guy in there and turn it around in your program. So kids, keep trying, don't give up. Because whether you're on a winning team or losing team, the rest of your life you will have memories to take with you of your childhood friends and your high school friends that right now you maybe, I'm not going to say take for granted, you're just not mature enough, you're too young to understand what an important part of this is your life, and it will be throughout the rest. I was on a suck-ass football team, so was Fletch. 2 of the best years of my life were at Friendship Academy. And we still talk about it today, just like you talk about your Arkansas team. So enjoy it, even if it's bad. Look at the person next to you and realize you were fighting with your brother, even if it's your friend. When you're on a football team, you're brothers. And it's all one team, one heartbeat, and that wasn't a stupid thing for Coach O to say. He got it. You're going to win as a football team, one heartbeat, but sometimes it's just not the occasion. Still, enjoy your brother next to you, because years and years and years and years from now, as you go through life, and life takes everywhere, all these different places for all of you, you'll have that pocket away in your head and your heart.
Well said. Time now for an LSU update, brought to you by River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City. River City's Lighting brings you light fixtures for inside the house, outside the house, and all over the house. So, the coaching search. It's been 2 weeks, right? Well, DeAnthony Lafayette, 4-star edge rusher out of, I believe, Orlando, Florida, or the Orlando area, decommitted from LSU. Not surprising, right? But, only the first one. There may be more. And we may see opt-outs and all that good stuff. Who knows? But as far as what's happening, okay, so they've lost their first commitment. And now you got Brian Kelly and his representation saying, no, we're not wanting the $15 million or the $25 million. We didn't want the $30 million lump sum. We want all $56 million, and I want it paid to me the way it's supposed to be paid to me through the year 2031. And so they're supposed to be having a meeting today. So what about the coaches that are allegedly on the wish list? Well, if you want Lane Kiffin, On Three says you better root for him to lose these next 2 games. Okay? Florida and Mississippi State. Doesn't look good, but you got to hope that he loses them so that they're out of the playoffs, and maybe it becomes easier for him to do the old Brian Kelly thing if I can win somewhere else better than I can win here. Marcus Freeman has a 42% chance to make the playoffs. If they make it, he ain't going anywhere. If he doesn't, then maybe. I don't think it's going to happen. Alex Golish of South Florida, Brent Key of Georgia Tech, John Braum of Louisville. Golish sure seems like the one that is most movable. Key feels, he's already said, I bleed, cut me open, I bleed Georgia Tech, gold, blue, whatever color it is that they want to bleed. Jeff Braum is coaching at his alma mater, and he has them, knocking on the door of a playoff spot. Clark Lee, sure. Boy, it doesn't feel like he wants to leave Vanderbilt, though, does it? And he just beat LSU, right? And he has his team in playoff contention. Why would he want to leave there? Would you want a Josh Heupel, Raj? Would you want Eli Drinkwitz over Heupel? I get it. And so other guys out there, Kenny Dillingham, Eli Drinkwitz, John Sumrall, Tulane. Sumrall's the guy. Keith Baker. Yep. Right. Yeah. 9:35 the time. Coaching updates. Kelly still wants his money. Starting to get a decommitment going here. And you have to really start wondering if you'll hear about some opt-outs this week ahead of the Arkansas game. 9:36 the time. That's your LSU update, brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, Louisiana. RiverCitiesLighting.com. They've got light fixtures for inside the house, outside the house, and all over the house, plus wallpaper, rugs, so much more. Get in touch with good old KB, Heather, Lori, Courtney, 318-742-9918, RiverCitiesLighting.com, 3908 Shed Road, Bossier City. We'll be back right after this.
With Black Friday savings at the Home Depot, you can get up to 40% off, plus up to an extra $1,000 off select innovative appliances like GE Profile. Add a touch of ease to your holiday with the all-in-one combo to wash and dry your laundry in one machine. And refrigerators with built-in convenient features like the dual dispense autofill water pitcher. Shop Black Friday savings on select GE Profile appliances, plus get free delivery now at the Home Depot. Free delivery on appliance purchases of $396 or more. Offer valid 11/5 through 12/3. U.S. only. See store online for details.
Macy's Veterans Day sale is one of your best chances to save big on furniture and mattresses. That's because you'll find great deals on our best sellers, like our exclusive Radley 5-piece sectional, delivered to any room in your home with white glove delivery for $25.98, and so many top brand mattresses at 20 to 60% off, plus an extra 20% off closeouts. So come in, try it all out, and get an incredible deal today at Macy's Veterans Day sale. Savings off select styles. Exclusions apply.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready.
and get ready for the workday.
That Chevy Silverado 1500 LTZ Texas edition that I am cruising around in is just a dream truck. I love the leather upholstery. It's got the cooling seats that are going to come in handy so much here as these temperatures warm up. Can you imagine the summer without cooling seats and leather upholstery? As big as I am, not a pretty picture. But the Silverado LTZ from Chevyland is going to take care of me as it always does. Chevyland, together, let's drive. Are you experiencing fatigue, low libido, muscle loss? At Rejuvenate Medical, we specialize in medically monitored hormone replacement therapy. Begin your journey to a better you at rejuvenatemedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
Morse & DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. Visit morrisedewitt.com. Paid on lawyer spokesperson Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417188. Results may vary.
With Black Friday savings at the Home Depot, you can get up to 40% off, plus up to an extra $1,000 off select appliances like LG, America's most reliable line of appliances. Check out the newest LG refrigerator with new mini craft ice straight from the dispenser. Shop Black Friday savings on select LG appliances, plus get free delivery now at the Home Depot. Free delivery on appliance purchases of $396 or more. Offer valid 11/5 through 12/3. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ROAD to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ROAD for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ROAD for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Looking for the best way to grow your business? Town Square Media is your ultimate marketing partner. We're the leaders in combining the power of radio, digital, and social media to create the most effective marketing plans that deliver results. With our expert strategies, we'll help you reach more customers, increase sales, and build a stronger brand. Don't settle for less. Choose the best. Call Town Square Media today at 318-688-1130. And let's get started on a marketing plan that works for you.
Hey everyone, I'm Tony Tagliatore, inviting you to join me Thursday night at 6 for Talkin' Tiger Football, presented in part by Carter Credit Union and Ray Ford. It's 1 hour of LSU football talk, taking you up to the top of the hour, 7 o'clock, and the LSU Football Coaches Show. We'll get you ready for LSU's next game, plus your chance to win with the Dilla's Quesadillas trivia question. So join me for Talkin' Tiger Football Thursday night at 6 on the home of LSU Sports, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU Sports.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers, Hambone, Hampton. We've been down Hester all day. Hope Hester feels better soon. We've been okay, Raj. We made it. Happy hour. Rockin' and rolling. Our show brought to you by Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. GoLanders.com. Landers. Absolutely. When it comes to your Dodge Chrysler. You know, Raj, the other day, Friday night, I got home. And I get a notification on my watch here, Ring cameras and all that stuff. That someone in my neighborhood, or in about 4 or 5 streets over, found some keys to a Chrysler Pacifica. It's 11:32 at night. I'm home from Friday Football Frenzy. I'm in bed, in my boxers. I've got my 32-ounce Slurpee Oh. You know, I've got a box of buttered popcorn in my arm. And I read that and I went, oh, geez. Rogers, I reached down to my pocket. And as I posted on social media, I'm in my boxers. It's 11:32 at night. I don't own a Chrysler Pacifica. I wasn't on the street where the keys were found. What's wrong with me? You know, but for that person who lost their keys to a Chrysler Pacifica, well, if someone done took your Pacifica, I know where you can get another Wanaka. At Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. They've got Pacificas, Voyagers, Pacifica plug-in hybrids. Got your full Dodges, Challenger, Charger, Durango, Hornets. All the things you can keep cold, you know. And I am seeing more of those Wagoneers and Grand Wagoneers, and those are a unit. That is a good-looking SUV. And Denny and Trey and Steve and the whole crew are ready to slide you and your family into that I was going to say GM, but Wagoneer starts with a W. Instead of DMs, I was going to say GMs. Into your GWs. And yes, they have got all the wonderful Jeeps that just make life fun. The Wrangler 4xe, the Gladiator, half truck, half Jeep. And then you get to the Rams, and yeah, they're sexy Rams. Oh, sexy Ram. And you think that Roger's thinking, what, Puka Nakua? Yeah. That's a sexy Ram. That's what the ladies say. Yeah. But the ladies also say those Ram trucks are sexy. So, fellas, don't you want to be in a sexy truck with a good-looking woman? Get you a Ram. 9:45 the time on this beautiful day. Ernie says the quarterback on Fletcher's team was horrible. That's just not nice. Doc's Burner, going back to the Indiana call in the Indiana play, put some respect on the back judge for the Indiana call. Dude, he was on it. I mean, he was like, as soon as he saw the catch, if you watch him, he's straddling the end line. He sees the catch, and then he just goes like this, and he is watching those feet.
That's one of the best still pictures.
That's a great picture. Our buddy Cush, not a big fan. He goes, that was the most cringe call I've ever heard. Nothing awesome about that. Yeah, there's a lot of people that do not like Gus. Rogers didn't like it either. Yeah. I know. I get it. But I just thought, as far as
I just he's been doing this his whole career, and since I had some
over the top,
I'd been around him a few times at some CBS meetings. I'm just not a big fan, to be honest with you. Oh. But that right there, it just sounded. I thought I was listening to the college broadcast. I thought it was a couple of college students that were doing the broadcast, because usually they're the ones that lose it like that because they're a dedicated fan who's loyal to their team and their university. So I just never been. So when I found out it was him, I really did. I said, man, that's just an overexcited college student who's their job on the campus is the radio station. And we've been there, done that.
So you make the call. All right, we got 10 minutes left in the show here.
Yes.
All right. Cringe or awesome? Which one do you consider this cringe-worthy? Or is it like, oh my gosh, I got to listen to this over and over and over again?
In trouble! It's out! Touchdown! Wow! A rock play! Unbelievable! Give him the eyes and drove it down! Mendoza! In trouble! It's out! Touchdown! Wow! A rock play! Unbelievable! Give him the eyes and drove it out.
I don't know why. I giggle at that, Rogers. I just giggle. He's out, touchdown. Wow. That, if I'm Indiana, that's my T-shirt. Out, touchdown. Wow. Let's call Jack real quick. Get that shirt made. Trademark. Yes. So here we go. Yeah, borrowing from Michael Scott in The Office. I declare out! Touchdown! Wow! As a Tim Fletcher trademark, print the T-shirts. Go Hoosiers. There we go. Sir, there are many Gus Johnson moments out there. And that is certainly one of them. Right, Raj? I need to hear about this dirt on the when he's out on the prowl there on the CBS meetings. Tell me some of that stuff, Raj. Oh, okay. Okay. So nothing flirty dirty.
No, I had more fun hanging with Brian Jones and Ala Abdelnaby. I'll give you that much.
Shankenstein, very cringe, very mid, very drunk. See, now he's drunk. Rogers had him as a high school kid. Cush calls it the worst ever. And who is it? Shankenstein says it sounds drunk. So right now, we're winning. That's winning. And I am all alone on Gus Island. Out! Touchdown! Wow! All right. I'll curb my enthusiasm. Bum, 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 bum. And we'll be back right after this.
Walk-On's athletes put everything they've got into the game. Walk-On Sports Bistro puts everything we've got into bringing you a game day with a taste of Louisiana. Catch all your teams on over 70 big screen TVs. Dig into our mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine like po' boys, gumbo, and voodoo shrimp, plus fan favorites like juicy burgers and fresh salads. It's all made from scratch with ingredients you can't help but crave. Walk-On Sports Bistro. We live for this.
If you enjoy Tech Tuesdays, you can thank Spell Brothers Lumber for bringing it to you every single week. Spell Brothers Lumber with Tech alum John Salmons at the helm, located at 1321 Martin Lane in Bossier City. 318-747-1194. From lumber and hardware to window installation and so much more, your local lumber folks at Spell Brothers Lumber are here to guide you through the process. 318-747-1194. SpellBrosLumber.com.
Hey, Eddie Kennison here. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, strength, energy, and performance are still important to me. That's why when I felt my strength slipping, I turned to Rejuvamine Medical. Check your testosterone today at RejuvaMineMedical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com.
Weekdays, weeknights, weekends, they're all made for Chasing Aces. That's right, Chasing Aces is your entertainment capital. They have something for everyone, for all ages, and I'm telling you from personal experience, everything's a blast. They hit a home run literally with everything out there. Go to chasingaces.golf and book your time today.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. Visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417188. Results may vary.
The presenting sponsor of the Tim Fletcher Show is Alsco. Uniforms, linens, facility care, first aid kits, supplies, and so much more. And even wet mops, floor mats, laundry services, they do it all. Alsco.com, ALSCO.com.
You don't need a holiday to pick up a delicious Honey Baked ham. Anytime is a great time to enjoy one of their sweet hams or turkeys. Honey Baked also offers a great selection of gift packages made to fit any occasion. Their menu and good service are just 2 reasons to stop by and order. Looking for lunch? They have a great deli offering deli-style sandwiches along with all the fixings, a cookie, and a drink. That's Honey Baked Hams, located at 5739 Uri Drive in Shreveport. To learn more, go to myhoneybakedstore.com.
Our weekly high school coaches conversations are brought to you by Skint and Dent Furniture and Appliances. You can't see the dent, you can't see the scratch on so many of these products, but there's still a steep discount on so many wonderful things at Skint and Dent. 814 Shreveport Barksdale Highway, 318-869-2023. You may not see the dent, but you're going to see the savings at Skint and Dent, bringing you Coaches Conversations.
Live Oak Waste is here to take care of your trash every single day. Why are you worried about that? That is the last thing that should be on your mind. You've got a business to run, a school to take care of, a restaurant to take care of, a retail center. Why are you worried about your trash? Stop fretting. Just call Live Oak, 230-7125, 230-7125. Hit the website, liveoak-environmental.com. Live Oak Waste, bringing you the text line on the Tim Fletcher Show.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Hey now, what's going on, kids? Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers, Hambone, Hampton in the house. 9:54 the time. Happy hour. Rams hater, does Skint and Dent sell couches? Yes, they do. They sell all kind of furniture, to be honest with you. They sell beds. And, of course, appliances. So, get on over and get some. Tornado 13 says, whether you like the guy or not, the excitement was awesome on the Gus Johnson call. Yeah. Doc's Burner says, leaning cringe. If you're overdoing your voice so much that it's almost a wheeze, that's bad. Then the give him the Heisman sounds more like he's crying at the same time. Yeah. Cry. Out, touchdown, wow. It is a range of emotion. It is a range of emotions, buddy. Alpha Centauri in the NFL yesterday, Raj. You got to see some flexing starting in Berlin. Jonathan Taylor making a big case for being the best player in the NFL, right?
Yeah, he's pretty good RB, man. And it's funny how the wasteland that was the life of Daniel Jones has now been resurrected. It's amazing if you get in the right situation with the right coach, what can happen.
I may have a small wager on Daniel Jones as an MVP. I still think that's a chance.
Hey, as long as they keep winning,
well,
it's
one
between
of the things,
him
Roger,
and the – yeah.
Because, all right, Jonathan Taylor has been Jonathan Taylor forever. What's making Jonathan Taylor so effective this year over last year? It's because he's got a quarterback that keeps defenses honest. So when he had Anthony Richardson and Joe Flacco, defenses could say, well, you ain't going to beat us throwing the ball, so we're going to stack the line of scrimmage, and we're not going to let you beat us with Jonathan Taylor. The fact that they have Daniel Jones, and he does throw the ball well and efficiently and capably, I think that's – I think that is a case of who was that? I think that is a case of Daniel Jones proving that his value to that team is so great that it's even elevated Jonathan Taylor's play. That's just me.
Well, the defense now has to worry about 2 offensive threats.
Right.
Instead of just eyeballing the one.
And then you look in there and see that Daniel Jones got Tyler Warner to throw to. That cat's a problem.
Guys, he was one of them that I wouldn't mind the Saints picking up.
Same here.
Yeah.
And the other one, the Colston Loveland kid, Rogers, as much as we poo-pooed Caleb Williams and the painting the fingernails, crying to his mom, that dude has become a weapon, and especially in the fourth quarter. And I said earlier, take a look at Jordan Love and take a look at Caleb Williams. Who would you rather have, really, looking at the last few weeks, especially when you see what Caleb Williams is doing at crunch time compared to Jordan Love sometimes at crunch time. And congratulations to your Texans. Davis Mills played lights out. That kid can throw a football, Rogers, and he's tough. Guy's tough.
Like I said, it was like watching the same quarterback for the Saints and the Texans. They both look so much alike in Mills and Shuck. It is big, tall, strong dudes, and that's the first time he had started in, I think, 3 years, and I was very surprised.
He looked good.
And it showed the first 3 quarters. But then that fourth quarter, I don't know what the hell happened that woke them up.
That fourth quarter, if they play like that, down 29-10.
And you got to remember, that's not even their starting quarterback.
That
C.J.
defense,
Stroud is hurt.
That defense was fun in that fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good for Miami and Tua and McDaniels. They're fun. When they're on, they're fun. And they humbled Buffalo yesterday. By the way, the Ravens are a decided favorite to win the AFC North, despite the fact that they still are under 500. The Jets pick up a second win. Patriots are the best team in the AFC, Rogers. And Matthew Stafford, at 73 years old, might be the best quarterback in the league. And if he's not, Jared Goff might be. And that's fun to watch. Good one tonight, too, man. It's going to be fun. The Packers hosting the Eagles. Oh, I love football. Bring it all. I want it all. And now, our show has been brought to you by the wonderful folks over at Goodwill Industries in North Louisiana. We'll discuss those Goodwill unsung heroes with their coaches tomorrow, thanks to Skint & Dent. Yeah, they sell couches. Cormier Family Dentistry, Adam and Janet Cormier, the dynamic duo of dentistry. Chop Shop, get you a smash burger today. You will not regret it. Spell Brothers Lumber, happy belated birthday, JP. Bo Harris Wealth Management, Alsco, Honey Baked Ham, Accutemp, Sports World, Bailey's Jewelers, Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers, our Morrison DeWitt Player of the Week tomorrow, Rejuvenate Medical, Porter's Cleaners. Thank you so much, Daiquiri Express. Chasing Aces with their new revamped putting zone. Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram, River Cities Lighting, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, Shaven Toyota Walk-Ons, Bowman Asphalt, Chevyland, GBT, Mudbugs Hockey, Brewer Home Center, Live Oak Environmental, Officer Payne, rest in peace, Thomasville Valley Bash 1284, rest in peace, and our friend Casey Hobbick, rest in peace, buddy. Roger, what you got going on? Stop over my day. See you tomorrow, boys and girls.
The previous program was paid for by Tim Fletcher. KWKA.